Hello everybody, just going to check out Rick Grinnell here, and we'll see if the president's going to speak here, but we'll figure it out and then I'll come back on here.
Let's make sure that we bring them just a little bit of hope by bringing them a little bit of food.
Become a part of the fellowship today by reaching out to bless these precious people of God. For just $25, you can help supply the essential foods they desperately need for 1 month. That's less than $1 a day.
For over 35 years, this trusted ministry has given Christians like me a way to tangibly bless Jewish people who are in need throughout the world.
God tells us to take care of them, to feed the hungry. And I pray Holocaust survivors will be given the basic needs that they so desperately pray for to survive.
No one wants your business to succeed more than you do. But at Patriot Software, we come close. Because when your business succeeds, our country gets stronger. That's why we built our award-winning accounting and payroll software for American businesses. We want you to succeed.
With PatriotSoftware.com, accounting and payroll, keep your time and money.
Go to PatriotSoftware.com today.
All right, welcome back to the second hour of The Count. I'm Rob Schmidt. Conservatives have been decrying big tech censorship for years, but the overreach we have seen this week has sparked a lot more outrage. Twitter, Facebook, and other tech giants have set a very dangerous precedent by censoring the President of the United States, banning him in a lot of cases. In the last 72 hours, it started with the President's personal account being suspended and then ultimately banned by Twitter. Now, the tweets on his government-run account are also being deleted. If social media networks have the power to ban the leader of the free world, the question is what's stopping them from banning any of us just for our political beliefs? Joining us now to discuss this is our panel, Dan Gaynor, VP of MRC Tech Watch, and also Phil Klein, Director of the Amistad Project. Guys, good to see you. Dan, how big can big tech get? Does it get much bigger than where it's at now with banning the leader of the free world?
Well, I mean, it can ban all of us. It could ban all of us today if it wanted to. And these are the most powerful companies in human history. Think about that. The British East India Company famously conquered India, and they're more powerful. Facebook, 2.7 billion customers. Google controls search for 92% of the world. And so what they've decided collectively, and Twitter, of course, reaches all the influencers, they've decided collectively that conservative speech must be shut down. So they start with the president, but they've gone after several other prominent accounts. Some prominent conservatives have shut down sort of in sympathy, but look who's still on. The leader of Iran, who has called for the genocide of Israel. The embassy of China, which both blamed the U.S. military for the COVID virus and then rationalizes genocide against the Uyghur Muslims.
It's crazy. I was just telling Mark here during the break, I read a tweet today that talked about all the different Antifa groups that are allowed to coordinate where they're going to go riot and try to burn down federal buildings. They're allowed to do that on Twitter. They're still there. They're still doing it. There were several examples in this tweet. I couldn't believe it. We'll go to Phil now. Apple has just announced that they are banning Parler. And for people that don't know, Parler was kind of the safe haven for conservatives that wanted to get away from Twitter, kind of a place where cancel culture doesn't exist. And now Apple's saying no more Parler. What do you think about that, Phil?
Well, I think we live in a corporate oligarchy now.
Yeah.
Mark Zuckerberg spent more money than the federal government spent in the 2020 election on the 2020 election. And now you've got broad-based censorship supported by the left. We don't have a free country anymore. We have a country and a government that believes it needs to protect us from ourselves, that there are smarter people in Washington than out in Main Street, and therefore they have to determine what we get to read, what we get to think, and how we get to act on what we think. And that's not a free America.
Yeah, we'll bring in Mark here just for a second. I mean, just that move, you seem to be really impacted by that. Apple taking Parler off the App Store, saying no way.
You know, these companies are private companies, so on one level they can do whatever they want, but they are monopolies. And the government has been absolutely incompetent in grappling with how to limit their authority or create an environment where there could be competition that would be true competition.
Yeah.
I'm in some ways more troubled by what Apple and Android are doing with Parler than I am with what Twitter has done with the president, although making a mistake, I find both extremely troubling. But you own an iPhone and you want to use Parler, Apple's basically saying no, you can't, because we don't like the content of that people create on the app. That is a dangerous place for a company like Apple to go, but it is testament once again to the fact that these companies are now driven by the wishes of their liberal employees rather than any set principles that they adhere to regardless of who's on which side.
Yeah. Dan, it's really scary, Dan. I mean, when you look at this, it really does. It goes down this path that we've read about in books, where you read about in 1984 and this dystopian future where you can't say what you want to say. And you look at countries like China, and this is where it starts.
Well, yeah, in almost all the books, everybody envisioned a future that would be dominated by government. Instead, what we've got is a future dominated by private companies that are monopolies, corrupt, and evil. I mean, don't do evil has gone out the window. And so, we live in a world now, thanks to COVID-19 particularly, all of our livelihood is done online. People go to church online. People work. People go to school. People.
Hey everybody, how you doing? Good to see you. I am the reason why you're listening to Happy Saturday, by the way, first of all, and cheers to Saturday. So hold on, a couple things. Okay. Interesting. Okay. I'll touch on that. Thank you, Vicki, for sharing that about Santa surfing and Lindsey Graham. I'll talk about that in a moment. So welcome, everybody. Happy Saturday. A couple things. One, the reason why you were listening to Newsmax is, I don't watch Newsmax and I don't recommend Newsmax. I think they're compromised. Given that, are they providing some decent information on the election and some of the things that are happening, this insurrection and this fraud, at a time when voices are being silenced? Absolutely. They're providing a service. But here's the important thing, is that we need independent voices that aren't tied to the Clinton Foundation like Paul Ruddy is tied to. Thank you, guys. Thank you, Patty. Yeah, I've recovered. I slept in quite a bit today. So, a couple things. The reason I have Newsmax on is because we were getting word that the president was going to address the nation tonight. So, Snedheads, let me ask you to please scour the internet, make sure that we're not missing something on him and where we can watch it if he is going to speak. But the word was that it was coming on at 9. Now, that could have been disinformation. That could have been the kind of information that they wanted the cabal to see, because, the cabal's got to figure that he's got to expose these things, soon. And so maybe it's the kind of thing where he's just putting up a sobriety field test on a road, just to see who turns around and leaves, okay? And so if he sees the cabal acting in certain ways, then they catch them in the act, right? Now, a couple things. Somebody just said, Santa Surfing said that it looked like Lindsey Graham was being arrested with all those police, the way they were holding his arms, the video we showed you last night. I don't believe he was being arrested, because he was not, he was able to direct when and where he was going to go. and you know, and so I don't think that looked like an arrest. I think they were just trying to get him out of there. If it was an arrest, they would not have allowed him to be holding his phone and using his phone the entire time they were arresting him, because he could easily be communicating to somebody to come and stop the arrest. Okay, so that's my bullshit monitor on that. Tammy, yes, the Vatican is out of power. Okay, how very unique, right? If I'm not mistaken, the Vatican has a few gas power generators. Okay, folks, if my power went out right now, I'd be up and running again in 5 minutes. Okay, just so you know. I'd go get my gas-powered generator. I'd fire it up. I'd plug everything in right to it. I'd have it outside the door with a line running in so it wouldn't be noisy. And I'd be back up and running in 5 minutes. With a few bear with me's to throw in there just so that you're lubricating while I'm gone. So what I wanted to share about the Vatican is that the Vatican has backup power. The Vatican is its own nation. Okay, so what's is that article from 2 years ago? Oh, great. All right, we sure, please confirm that for me, because my understanding was Simon Parks talked about the Vatican, the lights being out. And by the way, Simon Parks posted too that Trump was going live, but no one's saying where. Watch it on Newsmax, Right Side Broadcasting, and if I go to Right Side Broadcasting on YouTube, I don't think it's there either. And Todd heard that Right Side said that it's not going to happen. And if it doesn't happen, that's fine too. We'll spend some time together talking about a few things and have a Saturday Night Dave. With Cindy and Tesla, if they're available. Just seen a post, Newman within the hour, Newsmax within the hour. Okay. Dottie, you got that same message every day since the 6th. What message? Dixie, Saturday Night Dave, yay. OAN also, yeah. We would like Pelosi to get arrested now. How nervous was she yesterday, folks? How amazing was that? I was just... And for those of you that were here, how about when she was handed the document by one of her aides that tells her that Rosen is now the AG, not Barr? Okay? And she didn't even acknowledge it. She just played it off like, we just talked about Rosen, so, obviously I know it's Rosen. Yeah. Randy, did I find enough time for sleep? I went to bed very late because I was wound up. You would think I would have collapsed after the show. I watched Once Upon a Time in Hollywood because we have the screener, and I've never watched it. And didn't get to sleep till like very late, but I woke up late too. So I do feel rested, but definitely could use some more tonight, another really good night's sleep. But thank you. So just remember, we should be doing, Renabai, we should be doing 25th Amendment or the on Pelosi, because obviously she can't even remember who the AG is. Charlie Ward and Simon said Pelosi might be a white hat. Yeah, no. I'm sorry, guys. Now, are the white hats controlling her? Oh, I believe that, because because of look how insane she is. I mean, just look at all the things she's doing. And so if you're going on the theory that Todd and I have been bandying it back and forth for quite a while, hey, Pete, how you doing? Thanks for all the great mod work you do over there in Twitch, my brother. And I know it's getting harder and harder with the more people. But But thank you, Quasi Pete, and all of my mods out there. Thank you so much for keeping our space, keeping our theater really fabulous. Dixie, Barbara, Beth, Christy, Cindy. Thank you guys for all that. And it's kind of like you're the bouncers, right? And without bouncers, folks, a bar can get ugly pretty quickly, okay? Especially an online bar. Okay, cheers, everybody. Have your drink, have your snack. Let's have some fun together tonight. I want to start out with a story, a little story time with Uncle Dave, okay? It's short, but I think you'll dig it. And I'm going to read it to you. A friend of mine, Barry, sent it to me. He sends me some great stuff. So we are over 1100 right now on this impromptu Saturday night gathering for the president. I'm going to have the chat up, so if you guys need to reach me, please let me know. Hi, Barbara. Love this broadcast. Love to see you tonight. I'm so glad. You know, folks, I just wanted to, I was talking to Richard this morning, you know, Richard's always very supportive and letting me know his thoughts on the show and how great he thinks we did and how we nailed it. And so, Richard, appreciate you for all that and all the information that you're sending and that you're sharing of Kathy's. Kathy's doing some great research, and so many of you doing great research, Barb. And, you know, you guys know I sometimes leave somebody out, but you just know that you I appreciate your support of this broadcast, the donations that come in, the people that get involved with Purium and Healy. I had to cancel those today because I was just exhausted. So my apologies there, but we'll get back on track next week. And with that support and with that those Zoom calls. But I just wanted to, you know, say that the feedback I've gotten from last night's show was just really, really strong. And I honestly, I don't even know why. Like, it just felt like another show to me. I knew it was very important because of the timing, obviously, on it. I knew it was very, very important to connect with you all and to talk about the things that we've been talking about for, you know, months and months and months, and many of you years with me. And so I don't want to leave you hanging, right? Because I want to make sure that we're connecting and that we're engaging in this process together, so that we're not, so we don't feel alone. Because I know a lot of us feel lonely out there. Because once you wake up and many of the people around you have not, it can be a very lonely place to be. And I feel your pain, and I've been feeling that pain for 14 years, and it's not fun. And so my heart goes out to all of those who have communication issues with those you love, those that you work with, those that you are neighborly with, and I will just say this, that we're very, very close to us not only not being alone or feeling lonely, to being revered for what we tried to alert others to, and honored for that. And that's all we can really hope for, I think, in life, is that to just feel appreciated by others for the things that we do. Especially when we do them for the benefit of others. Like, we can learn all about these things, these demonic forces and all these horrendous things that are happening to our children and to humanity. Yes, Jason, this is live. Thanks for asking. Thanks for being here. And so while we feel this loneliness because you know, we go and we find out all this information for the first time in our life, and then we don't have anybody to share it with. This community, you can do that, and you can feel very, very safe and very, you know, that you'll be honored for your viewpoint towards these things, because we can tell who's done the work. based on your comments, we can. The president's supposed to be on, but we're trying to find out where. So we're looking for. I'm waiting for people to say, hey, he's on this or he's on that. I have Newsmax on, and so right now, Newsmax is doing a show called The Count, and they're showing some shots of. I'll just show you what Newsmax is showing right now. Some stuff from the inauguration. But this gentleman's talking. I don't know who he is, but he's talking, and this is his inauguration from 2017, obviously. So, so we're looking for President Trump. So we can find out this information, and all the information that I've researched over the next, Lynn, I'll check that out, that I've downloaded over the last 14 years, I could have kept to myself, right? But that's not helping anybody, and it's also not helping me, especially when I have a calling to really be a part of this revolution. John Connor said in Terminator 2, I think it was Terminator 1, if you can hear my voice, you are part of the rebellion. You are part of the revolution. And I'm going to say to you, if you can hear my voice, you're part of the revolution. You're engaged in the revolution. If you're hearing the voice of Dave at X22, you're part of the revolution. Jordan Sather, Charlie Ward, Santa Surfing, Amazing Polly, so many great ones. If you're listening to old video or audio of William Cooper, Jordan Maxwell, you're part of the revolution. And part of that revolution is also going inward, not just looking at what's outside of us, but going inward. And that's where maybe, your faith comes in, your prayer, your meditation, your listening to Judah Krishnamurti, or listening to Alan Watts and philosophy, or reading a book that nurtures your soul. Because we have to replenish in order to get through this process. Now, I'm kind of going at a breakneck pace, and I know Todd and Cindy are as well, and I'm so grateful to them. And but we're going at this breakneck pace because we are in a war right now, and we are in a war of good versus evil. And I know many of you get that. And if you're new here, we do have a process, and I ask you to just imagine all your preconceived notions, your unconscious biases, your indoctrination, your ego, anything that could get in the way of experiencing an unbridled truth download or an exposure to information. Imagine that as a big winter coat that keeps you safe from the onslaught of people online, offline, in person. Because you're in a safe space here, you're in Snedeker Theater, and you're with really amazing human beings. You've got at least, you're surrounded by almost 1,500 beautiful human beings on a Saturday night. So imagine you're walking into a huge theater, and you see other people walking in, and you take off your coat that it represents all those things that are going to get in the way, and you just check it at the coat check. And you get your claim ticket, and then it's safe there. These people have been doing it for a long time. You know them, they know you, and you come on in without this big cumbersome jacket. You've checked that, and you say hi to the people around you, and you get settled in for a show. You grab a snack, you grab a drink, you grab your favorite person, and we're in a theater right now, a very big theater. Many people. I've been exposed to theater. I've been exposed to movie premieres. It's not easy to fill a theater with 1,500 to 3,500 people, which we do on a nightly basis. And so while I'm honored by that, I also want to acknowledge that you're in a place where other people have validated it in the months that they've been experiencing my talks, and so and our dives with Todd, and all the gathering of information with Cindy and Christy and Beth and Barbara and all this information that's coming flying in to us, Kathy and Richard and so many of you, and so it's here we are right now at a very, very interesting time in our human history, and I love that we're going through this journey together because we're stronger together. And what you want to make sure of when you're looking at things is, are there people dividing the movement or strengthening the movement? And the people that are dividing the movement, I just recommend you run away as fast as you can. And people that are strengthening the movement are including others and bringing everybody together for the truth, because that is the actual imperative part of this whole thing. And so, because the whole plan of the cabal is to divide us every step of the way so that we are weakened by it, okay? And so let me get to, let me see. Sent video Vatican. Okay, Deneen. Thank you. Let me see if I can pull that up for us. And let me see. Let me see what's going on here. Okay. Okay, that's D. All right, so it's Vatican Media Live. Let me transition that, get the sound going here. Let me see. It's not happening through Parler. Let me see if I can do this. Now, the Vatican is huge, folks, because, as you know, this is just more propaganda. The Pope on assault on the U.S. Capitol, reject violence, it's time for healing. You know, could you be any more vague? And let's see, I'm not seeing anything on the Vatican. Didn't you say that it was, D, didn't you say that it was of the Vatican? Let me see. Let me see if the YouTube. There it is. Okay. So this is live from the Vatican right now. Okay, so it looks like the electricity's out. Okay. By the way, the Pope is known worldwide. The first arrest, we've talked about that quite a bit, and it very well could be, especially when we heard that the Pope would be stepping down. Popes don't step down, folks. Popes are supposed to live, you know, they're supposed to die in office. We've seen it once, I think, and I think that's the only other time. It was recently, too. I forget, was it Ratzenberg? Evil looking dude, man. But the Vatican is its own country. And so the fact that we're, let me make sure that, yeah, got no audio on that. So, so that's the Vatican. So I don't think that article is a couple years old, although that one might. But yeah, there's a string of lights that are on, and maybe those lights on the streets, those could be gas lamps, gas-powered lights, possibly, or they could be on another grid. So not quite sure what we're looking at, but it looks like there might be in those windows. It looks like there might be candles there, right? Ratzinger, thank you. Um, so, so, yeah, Benedict stepped down to let this guy in. That's right. Yeah. Um, so yeah. So what I wanted to talk about tonight, and if you're new here, folks, just cheers. Dave, per Robert David Steele, police has been dropped. Tomorrow we will have 10 to 12 days of darkness. Jenny, could you? I don't understand what that means. Just the clarification of that, please. Let's see. Yeah, Lisa, I think it's going to be tonight or tomorrow. It's going to be, yeah, I saw ABC News calling for the cleansing of Trump supporters. We showed that last night with a horrific, image of the, the Jewish people, put in mass graves at the concentration camps. And Pakistan has a blackout too. Yes. Okay. We were looking at the Vatican, blacked out. Okay. Lisa says 7,000 troops are in D.C. Okay. Let's see. Lisa, wow. Good. And military has been mobilized. Lisa, do you have a source on that I could put up? And ideally, if you could send it to me in Messenger, that would be awesome. So what I was getting at earlier is just I feel your loneliness here, folks, with trying to communicate and connect with others, and I will tell you that it's a lot better to go through whatever time of awakening you've been through here with that differentiation and that through that and with that loneliness than what I've gone through for 14 years and what many have gone through even longer than me. And so I will say that when I make some predictions here on air, and we've been right the majority of the amount of the time, and there's a few times when we'll be a little bit off. And I talk to you about there's fun in speculation, so we speculate and try to figure out when things are going to happen so that we can be prepared for them. But the bottom line is that the storm that I've been talking about, which is the revolution, I've been talking about it for a very long time. And I have been hopeful that it would happen before now, but certain things needed to occur that I'm not aware of in order for it to happen now. But I will say this, that I've predicted this revolution. I have predicted the fall of the cabal. I have predicted their destruction. I thought there would be many, many more casualties than we've seen here. So I am so elated that so far it looks like the casualties are very low. And I hope that it stays that way. And I think it will, because 17 has promised that for us. Dee, is it your birthday tomorrow? Awesome. Happy birthday. Make sure it's your birthday before I say. Wendy, thank you, Dave. Here in Canada, I get comfort when you are on. Thank you, Wendy. I appreciate that. That's my intention. It is. Like, I want, if you're going to get hit in the head with a hammer, with, reality, with truth, maybe if you're going to have to get hit in the head with a hammer, maybe I could be, a bit of a cushion in between, a velvet hammer, if you will, so that it doesn't hurt so much and it helps you navigate it. And I'm happy to be that person. I'm happy to provide that. And And I'm honored to be in your lives as I am, and your homes, and allowing me into your living rooms and your bedrooms and your cars and on your phone and over your devices. And I honor that by telling you what I see and how I see it. And I know that's helpful for many of you, and I want you to know how helpful it is for me to not only be able to download the things that have been heavy on my heart and my mind for many, many, many years, but to offer perspective from somebody that's seen it, researched it, navigated it, and have actively been thinking about how to change it. My high school guidance counselor, Joseph McFarland, once gave me a quote, and you guys know the quote. It says, "Dear God, thank you for the ability to, or thank you for the wisdom." Well, I'll pull it up, or you guys, maybe you can drop it. You know that quote, thank you for the ability, but the wisdom to know what I can and cannot change. You know that one? If you guys would pull it up, I'll come back to that story. Patience Quinn. Dave, you're a wonderful human. Thank you. Thank you very much for that. I think so. I try. Not always successful, by the way. Not always successful. But I try. Yeah, Amazon is talking about getting rid of Parler, and they word it very, very neurolinguistic programmingly by saying that their employees have asked. Their employees have asked. Why am I getting audio on the system audio? That didn't make any sense. Were you guys hearing something in the background while I was talking? So, you know, if nothing else, I hope that I've been told my voice brings calmness. I've been told my demeanor brings calmness. My ability to stay calm and positive in the storm of negativity and attack. And I think a lot of that comes from my days in basketball, because you have to keep your head when you've got, 5 other human beings trying to stop you from doing what it is you need to do in order to be successful, and punching you, kicking you, holding you, elbowing you, any way they can to keep you from getting to that basket. And so that I believe that mentality I developed from going into the YMCA when I was after my freshman year in high school, and I still wanted to play basketball all year round, but other friends were on to different sports. Like Todd was into baseball by that point, so he's not going to come and play basketball with me during his baseball season because he's focused on that, right? So I was looking for other, and all my other friends had other sports too. So I was looking for other sports to get involved in. Other places to not other sports to get involved with, but places where I could play. And somebody said to me, go down to the YMCA. This is Springfield, Illinois. And I went down there and I walked in. I was blown away at the talent, the level of play. These guys were playing 2 feet off the ground. I was the only white guy there. And immediately I had to force myself into games because they didn't know me. I was a white guy, and I had to actually fight my way into playing with them. And just so you know, I was horrible. Like, I was the worst player on the court. That's why they didn't want me playing. It wasn't a racist thing. These guys were not racist. They became my friends. But it was, I sucked. And if you lose there, you don't play for another like 20 minutes, half an hour. And so everyone wants a team that they're going to be able to put together to win the game. And me being on that team didn't give them a lot of success. So I had to force myself on those games. And even though we lost, it was my right to play. But it was also my duty to get better. And I did that. And I stayed after every night. I would stay after for hours and work on my game. And sometimes some of those guys would stay with me and help me because they saw that I was committed to changing my stars. And when you see somebody that shows you that they're ready to change their life, change their stars for the better, something switches on and you want to help them because you're inspired by their passion, you're inspired by their commitment. And so these several gentlemen would stay after on different days and help me work on between the legs, moves, show me drills that I could do. The Mikan drill, the Pistol Pete drills that I studied. And so, you know, by the time I left there 4 years later, there was not one player, and they were all still there. There was not one player in that gym that could stop me. Not one. And I went on to the University of Iowa, full scholarship. I was an All-American. I played for the USA team. And I played at Iowa. My coach left. I went, played for Providence with Rick Pitino, played for 2 Hall of Fame coaches, and went to the Final Four, and then played pro after that overseas. But my point on that particular issue is that persistence. I learned persistence, and I learned how to keep my head and keep my cool in very, very difficult situations. And I often fail at that, by the way. And I'll be honest with you, because I don't want you ever to come on here and think, oh my God, this guy's, you know, perfect. He's so calm. He's so positive. No, there are times when I'm feeling like you are, and I'm feeling a little defeated, or I'm feeling down. And so I want you to know that I go through that, and so I get it. Lynn, I will look that up right now. Thank you. Thank you, Tina. I love you too. Ginny, yeah, thanks for teaching how to research. You're welcome. I think between Todd and I, we really, and Cindy wants, you know, she keeps talking about, you know, do your homework. You know, she's used to saying that to Shelby, I think. But that was Vatican audio? Okay. All right, thanks. I wasn't getting much. Thank you. Okay. Noise, but didn't notice it. I didn't know there's audio on that. Okay. Yeah, hold on. So Lee, banned Trump so far. Twitter, Reddit, Twitch, Google, YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, Snapchat, Apple, Discord, Pinterest, TikTok, Shopify. Think about that. Think about that. That's unbelievable. Thanks, Lee. So, yeah, and Linwood says Amazon will shut down Parler in the next 24 to 36 hours. Kevin, thanks for educating my dumbass. You're welcome, dumbass. You're welcome. Happy to do it. Hey, dude, you know what? Let me tell you, and I just had this conversation with my love today, and that is that I'm right about everything that I tell you about. I'm right. And the only way I got to that point was telling myself I was wrong. 14 years ago, I had to say, I'm a dumbass. Why didn't I know this? What was I, 42 years old. What a dumbass. Why didn't I know this? Why didn't I know how deeply indoctrinated I have been? To become smart, you have to understand areas in which you are dumb. We don't have to sugarcoat it, folks. Okay? you're either ignorant because you're ignoring rants that you should be paying attention to in terms of how you could learn something from it. That's what ignorant comes from. So we've all been there. But for me to be smart about what's going on here and to be able to bring you not just, I don't want to just bring you the news. You can get that anywhere. You can read that yourself. All this stuff that I cover here, you could find out yourself. What I want to bring to you is a wisdom that comes from my 14 years of experience with that and how to navigate that. Okay? Todd brings with him a wisdom, a clarity of doing these deep dives and really getting a handle on that, like he does so well. He does very naturally. And so, Todd used to have to throw a baseball 85 miles an hour and get it in it from what is it, 60 feet away, and get it in this space smaller than what you're seeing here. Okay? And also curve it and bring it up and bring it in. So he's had to find the target. I was basketball. There was an orange rim 10 feet off the ground that was twice the size of the basketball, and I have to use to figure out how to get that ball in that rim. So I had to focus. I had to focus my energy and focus my skill and focus my talent. And that's what we're doing when we research. That's what we're doing when we find the things that we bring to you. And you guys are doing it too. And you guys are doing a fantastic job of it. And so yeah, dumbass. From one dumbass to another, you're welcome. Okay? Yeah, we've been deceived for so long. We're learning a lot of truth. So much wickedness. Now we know what's really happening. We'll learn more within the next few days. Yes, we will. Yeah, the president, well, listen, Lisa, he's getting shut down on everything. So the presidential EBS has to come, right? Because there's no other way for him to communicate to us. And you know that he's going to communicate to us. What is Twitch, Patricia? It's an app you can download. It's a gaming site, okay, like online gaming. All right. But it also, even though it censored President Trump, the chances of it censoring us is very low. Trump is on Gab now. Okay, good to know. Is that for real? And how do we know that that's a real deal? Do we know? So let me tell you a little fun story. And good to spend Saturday night with you here, guys. I actually want to bring up something here. Let me see. Let me bring up a couple things for you. Okay. And we're going to talk about the FF, okay? Barry, Twitter suspended your account? Okay, I think you can open up a new one pretty quickly. Hey, Father Schwab, welcome. Now, he's not on Gab now, is he? Like doing live now? Is he? And what is Gab? Gab dot something? Dot what? Dave, what is Stope Networks from just shutting down, preventing EM broadcasting? I don't know. Tell me more about that. How did the diaper work out for me? It didn't. I had to piss off the side of the Capitol. Gab website says it's under construction. Yeah, I went to gab.com and it's not happening. Cat Turd is on Gab. That's awesome. If you guys don't follow Cat Turd, I recommend Cat Turd. Cat Turd was on Twitter. And hard to get on Gab today. They're overloaded with new people, Kay. Thank you for that. By the way, Stacy Blue posted something that I thought was great. Code Monkeys on Gab. I have not seen Trump. Jesus rules. If anybody knows where he's at, if he's broadcasting, please let me know, because we're keeping on the lookout for him. But Stacy Blue mentioned on the notifications that if you go into your settings, okay, go into your settings there, okay, and then you go to your notifications, all right, and then you scroll all the way down on your notifications, you'll see the Amber Alerts, emergency alerts, and your public safety alerts, okay? Just make sure they're turned to green on the emergency and the public safety, okay? And so that was a great catch by Stacy Blue. I think most are automatic. I don't think you can turn off the kind that he's going to be communicating with us through. But I do think it would be a good extra step. So okay. And let me see. Jason just said, if I sent you a message on Messenger, please stop what you're doing and watch, please. So let me see if I can find that, Jason, if you've sent it to me. When would you have sent it? Yes, here you are, bud. Okay. Military intelligence has exposed. Now, this guy, I like this guy. If you guys follow this guy, please let him know I sent you, and maybe he and I can connect. I think we're kindred souls here. And oh, I'm sorry, you're not seeing what I'm looking at. Here you go. And he does some nice work, and he talks a lot about what we talk about here. Now, hold on, let me see. But that's 50 minutes. So, Jason, if you have a specific timeline, I'm happy to play him and also introduce you guys to him. But we need to figure out a way to narrow that down. So if you have some key points in there that you'd like to share with us, please do so, and we'll credit him with that, okay? So we don't necessarily need to listen to him for that, to make that happen. But I do recommend this guy. And I'm forgetting his name, so please share that with me. Let me see. Susan says, David, live stream keeps buffering. Has anybody else seen buffering? Scott McKay, thank you. Of course, I knew that. I've forgotten. Kathy says, I just watched that, and wow, Dave is right. Which part, Kathy, was I right about specifically? Like, if you guys watched that, if you could put down the points that he's done. Yeah, he's a patriot. Athena, Dave, you should do a dedicated show to show all of us low-tech boomers how to stop, start, disable, find stuff, etc. on our devices. Then we could all migrate to best sites together. Athena, I don't. I think that's not a bad idea. I wouldn't say I was the best one at it, but happy to coordinate somebody that is good with that kind of thing. That could help us all out. Maybe do a Zoom call or something. I think that's not a bad idea. If you do have the ability to maybe run a Zoom call with me, guys, then please drop in email davesned@gmail.com and just let me know that you're reaching out to help with the technical. Geez, let's see. Wow. Athena says, last time you called me out, Facebook disabled you? That's odd. Like when it called you out, like said hi to you? Wow. Charlie Ward said shot woman at Capitol was tweeting today. Folks, she didn't die. That was a flag. Gab is under maintenance right now. Dave, how is Eric doing? Thanks for asking, Grandma G. Don't know. I don't know. I'm very concerned. He's been MIA. And so I'm a little concerned. And don't know how his dad is. So he is, not sure. I wish him the best. He and his dad. He was a big part of this broadcast, and he's stepped aside, and without an explanation. So I have to just take that for what it's worth. Christy, Dixie set up a Snedheads on MeWe. That's right. Thank you, Dixie. The direct link is in Snedheads group page. So let me see if I could show you that. Let's do that together, shall we? And that way we have that source. Scott McKay is awesome. He's on every night at 7 p.m. on YouTube. What time is that? PST, EST. When's he on? Let's see. Okay. Buddy says 17 drop, 44-14 mentions red class movement, Pelosi or Pence, which we've gone over here multiple times and definitely happening now. Happened on the Wednesday that I was in D.C. and many Snedheads were in D.C. that most of those markers were hit. Could that stand for silence Pope? Suggested by @Wooderson Woody on Twitter. Interesting. Silence Pope. Silence Pope. Yeah, I mean, that sounds interesting. I'm open to stuff like that. You know, maybe because oftentimes, as you know, we've shared with you on these broadcasts is that most of the things that we see are they have double meanings. Certainly on the 17 drops, right? So you're definitely buffering. Tomorrow, I'll try to find why that might be happening on the buffering. I may be broadcasting at too high a speed. Okay, so Lynn, I'm going to go to your message here. Jason, thanks for sharing that with me, and please share in Messenger, your take on it, and I'll bring it up in the show, please. And let me see here. Okay, here we go. All right, this is from sharing with you. This is from George Magazine. Attention all QAnons, it's happening. This was released today. Okay. Military takedowns and arrests begin this weekend and will continue forward for the next 13 days and nights. Some international raids have already started. Italy has been found complicit in our election fraud. Last night, folks, we showed you the arrest of the Italian president. Okay, so everyone will be getting emergency SOS alerts on their phones. And by the way, the power down at the Vatican. Okay, let me come out of this for just a quick second. Okay, here's what I was getting to earlier. I need to make clear here. If the power is down with any level of length of time at the Vatican, then we must understand that it's not an accident, okay? Because the Vatican is built for accidents, okay? If the power is cut off, they have generators that can power them back on, okay? They have backup upon backup upon backup, all right? This isn't a Boy Scout camp, and the fire went out and they don't have any light and the batteries are dead on their flashlights. No, okay. This is the Vatican. This is one of 3 primary locations of the triangle of the religion and finance, which is at the Vatican, which is its own country, its own entity. It's not a part of Rome, okay? It's not a part of Italy. We have the city of London, which is not a part of London, and it's not a part of England. It's literally its own little planet, okay, within a solar system. And that's finance, okay? And then you have Washington, D.C., which again is its own country. It's its own entity. That's why it doesn't have any senators or congressmen representing the people of Washington, D.C., because it's not a part of the United States of America. It is the capital that was created to represent the seat of America, but it is in 1871. It was created, Washington, D.C. was created to be the 3rd trilateral location, and that is defense, thus the Pentagon. Okay? That is the military. So you have religion, finance, and military covered in those 3 places. So if the power went down at the Vatican, that's like saying the power went down in the city of London, which is a 1 square mile spot in the middle of the London Financial Center. And then that would be like saying Washington, D.C. went down with power for this length of time. Doesn't happen. Okay, now Washington, D.C. is bigger than both of those places. But the Pentagon, the power wouldn't be down at this level, okay? Okay. The video from Scott McKay is fabulous. Talks about the whole military operation. If you guys could give me like a 5-minute, I'll play him for 5 minutes or 7 minutes. If you guys could give me the best part, or a couple different clips from that would be good. So that's what's important to understand. So I will tell you this, that if the power is out at the Vatican for this length of time, how long has it been, by the way? That we are looking at, this is a military operation, is my best guess as to what's happening. Okay? All right? Okay. So let me go to this George magazine by Lynn, okay? Sent to Lynn. So everyone will be getting SOS emergency alerts on their phones, TVs, radios, and the internet. All right. It will override all over broadcasts and could last for several hours at a time. Do not be scared of what's coming. Do not be scared. Is this really George magazine? This is not okay. All right, if you're putting out a message this important, folks, don't have typos. Unless it's intentional, which we get from POTUS and we get from 17. So maybe this is intentional, but I don't think so. Do not be scared of what's coming. There's no D in scared. So maybe that intentionality is that there has been no D class yet. C before D. We've had the certification of the election, but no D class. Do not be scared of what's coming, as it is for the safety of our nation for this to unfold. Do not travel to any large cities, especially Philadelphia, for the rest of the month. Military operations will be taking place in many of the major corrupt cities. People will start rioting once this intel breaks, thinking Trump is a military dictator. Absolutely. I've said that before as well. He has only 13 days to put this dog down. The implementation after the raid on the Capitol and was marked by Trump's broadcast to the people to disband and return home. This broadcast, we talked about that last night, this broadcast wound up being blocked for the most part by the media. Nevertheless, his address fulfilled the requirement to initiate the act. Okay. I did read this earlier today. This is very important. Thank you for sending this, Lynn. Marines and National Guard troops are being okay. Dave, someone just sent a prayer request for our president. They said Trump is not feeling well and he and his family are getting serious threats. Yes, dear God, please pray. Let us all pray for our president, Trump, and his family to be safe and to be strong and be secure as they go about this tremendous task of draining the swamp and bringing back justice to our planet. Jesus Christ, Holy Spirit, Father God, please watch over this beautiful family and protect them and the QAnon movement and all the people involved as we wage this war. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. Marines and National Guard troops are being moved as needed for the riots that will start after the national release of intel. The intel will be dropped for everyone to see and hear in loops that will be several hours long. The system was just checked by the FCC a few days ago. We talked about that, alerting all media that they cannot block the flow of intel under federal regulations. Why did they do that? Because they knew that they were going to try to stop this communication, because this communication means death to them all. Trump had to exhaust all other means legally before this operation could commence. He gave everyone a fair chance to come clean, and they refused. His press release of smooth transition did not include the word concede, as he has no plans to do so. I've told you that. Absolutely, there's no concession whatsoever in that speech. Rather, there will be a smooth transition of power to his new cabinet, staff, and Vice President General Flynn. The rally in D.C. was an awesome event. The raids on the Capitol all started with BLM and Antifa members, many from the Philly area, and included Capitol Police or those posing as Capitol Police. Every day, new info is pouring forth to support this. They opened up the barricades and the doors to the Capitol and let them in. We showed you video of that. Also, I got an update on the Capitol breach. It appears there were some special ops members dressed as Trump supporters who went in, and with the crow of protesters, that were able to secure 20-plus laptops with hard drives with data regarding sex trafficking intel from both Pelosi and Schumer's offices. Brad Markell, please share everywhere. And this is George News on Gab. Thank you, Brad. That's a nice recap. It really is. And that's pretty much what we've been saying to you all along in terms of the intention of how this is going to go down. The military is the only way for this to occur. 17 has told us that multiple times. So we know that that's the case there. And we also know that the 10 days of darkness, and why the 10 days of darkness, okay, and how important that is. All right. Let's see. A couple hours ago, I want to go to Code Monkey here, which was also shared by Lynn. This was 9 hours ago. Ron said, things are moving today. Trump is at Cheyenne Mountain as we speak. One of the Snedheads thought that might be Castle Rock because it's in, Cheyenne Mountain is deep within the ground, and it's in limestone, and it's extremely safe from all kinds of attack. So is that underneath the rock? Is that Castle Rock of White House goes underground? Is that Castle Rock? So I thought that was a pretty good check-in on Cheyenne Mountain. And I forget who mentioned that. Please share if you did. And sorry I'm not getting to some of you guys' comments here as we're rolling forward. Scott McKay claimed that the guy with the horns is a 5-star admiral. Well, we know he's a really solid military dude, and that he's part of the White Hats, basically. It's what a great disguise. Carl, I'll check that out. Let me read this, and then Carl, remind me. I'll go to yours. So let me read this from Ron, Code Monkey. Okay. So he's looking at the evidence taken from Pelosi's laptop in real time. My sources say Pelosi was stopped at the border last night at 11:55 and will be headed to an undisclosed location pending the tribunals and trials. He said trails, but I think he means trials. Sidney Powell and Lynn Wood are in front of the mineral. By the way, okay, is Ron giving us code? Because when I look at that, and he, instead of trials, he puts trails, that pending the tribunals and trails, but he puts AI in there. Does it have to do with AI and the intelligence operation and what we know about Pelosi? So just something to think about outside the box, okay? Okay, Phil says, or PL Wit 3572, Scare, missing D, Crow, missing D in George article. So we're missing 2 Ds. Okay, good to know. Okay, and that's, by the way, 2 missing Ds is 44 in the George article. Okay, and if we go to Q alerts and we go to 44, before POTUS departs on Friday, he will be sending an important message via Twitter. God bless. Okay, and yesterday when we pulled up the shot of he and Melania walking between the wings of the aircraft, there was a V and a V, and that was 55, which 55, as we know, is the actual message that we're waiting for. Look to Twitter. Exactly this, my fellow Americans, the storm is upon us. God bless. And that could come still on Twitter, folks. It could come from Dan Scavino on Twitter. Okay, so we'll keep an eye out on that for you. And you Snetheads, keep an eye out on Dan Scavino and Dan Scavino Jr. Okay, why would anyone say where DJT is now? Anna, that's a great question. It doesn't really make sense to talk about where our president is right now because his life is in danger. But if he's at Cheyenne Mountain, his life is not in danger. Because he's deep under the earth with incredible security surrounding him. And by the way, we also know from an audio that I heard earlier that I want to share with you as well that Richard and Kathy made me aware of, and it's it talks about and there's Cindy. Awesome. Just gonna have you guys call in. Hey. Hold on one sec. Hold on. I just got to put in my headphones. There we go. Da, 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 da. Hold on. Let me see. There. Hello. This is Romeo. Sure. Is this the folks, what you're looking at is the shock collar that's been activated. Exactly. Code Monkey is only on Gab. Any other account on any other website is fake. Beautiful. Okay. Hey, bud. Hey, dumbass, how you doing? Todd, it's not dumbass, it's Dumas. It's Dumas. It's French. Good catch. Good. Okay, good. Yeah, we really got to be careful, especially going into the next ones. And you got to make sure anything is that it's on that it's my account also in these other platforms. Yeah, I know. They're making me look bad, or I should say, make me look good because they're so bad. Um, Shannon makes a good point. 44 is Obama. Maybe they're taking him out. Maybe that's the code with the no D's. Okay. Let me see here. Okay. So yes, ignore those. And let me see. And I did want to. So how you guys doing today? And glad you caught that. That's why we do what we do, because we don't want to be spreading false information, and it's easy. We just got to make sure that we're not falling prey to the disinformation. Yeah, because the more right. Yeah. What's that, bud? You broke up. You broke up, bud. Yep, totally lost you. I see. You still there, Todd? All right, let me redial them. So, let me see here. I can still hear. So let me hang that up. But how am I hanging that up? There we go. All right. I'm hearing background noise from somewhere. You guys hearing that static? Thank you, Lori. I'll check that out. Guys, if you just sent me a video, you gotta explain what's on it. Otherwise, I'm not gonna be able to do anything with it. Let me see. Let me find Carl. Okay. Oh, I think I know what happened. You couldn't hear them. You couldn't hear Todd. Oh man. Okay. Let me figure that out. Okay, shoot. I figured out what's going on. Todd? Cindy? I'll call them back. Sorry about that, guys. That was my fault. Hey, sorry about that. They couldn't hear you.
That's okay. We could hear you.
I had my Todd mute button on.
Oh, okay. Well, that's good to have on every once in a while.
Well, you got to have it close, you know?
Yeah.
You got to have it close. And sometimes my elbow will bump it, you know? So.
Well, once I started rapping, it was over. You know, I said information dissemination.
Exactly. Information dissemination. So you guys have to say exactly everything you said when you came on, if you wouldn't mind, just, you know, steps.
Oh, as Padre Canella would say, repita por favor.
Repita por favor. For favor.
Por favor.
Yeah. Por favor. All right, sound is good. Air sound is background, but that's odd. I don't think it should be that high, but so E has been counting down on Parler. Let's see.
Well, see what's happening now, Dave. All these major accounts have now switched to a different platform,
Yeah.
and we're chasing them, and because we want the information, but we don't even know if we're being chased to the right person.
Yeah.
So it's time to be careful, folks. We don't need every little bit of information, and we don't want to spread anything we can't confirm.
Yes.
So let's just, really, what does it matter at this point if we know every detail? We know what's happening,
And again, let's just focus on 17 and POTUS. And maybe, by the way, POTUS sounds maybe. Let me see. Maybe POTUS is going to communicate through 8kun too. That's an option.
I think anyway, one way or another, we're going to get it.
Yeah, absolutely.
You could go to the mustachioed Trump on Twitter.
Yeah.
He grew that fast, man. That's an awesome stash.
He's very virile.
Did you see the one with the black mustache that looked like had the pencil, like the handlebar?
No.
Oh God, yeah. There's all kinds of good ones out there.
Hilarious.
Yep.
So E says, be sure to follow my backup. Hold on, I had you there with me. In case Parler caves. Also, you can find Code Monkey there. Code Monkey's E there as well. So that's on Gab. This is instructions from E on how to add the Gab app to your phone on both Android and Apple. You can also just use the website version if you prefer. So that's the Gab social media app. It's banned from Google Play and Apple App Store for refusing to censor speech for Google, but you can still install our Android app on your phone, get the Gab app on Android, launch Chrome. So that gives you the instructions. So please go to E on Parler. E will help you on Parler, and E will help you download that app. 6 hours ago, E counted down 8. 1 hour ago, they will attempt to use amplified division amongst political bodies to pass laws against domestic terrorism that will, in fact, remove your right to speak out against the state entirely, regardless of political standing. They did this during 9/11 with the passing of the Patriot Act. Again, that's Orwellian doublespeak when you bring up a great title for something that is absolutely enslaving you. Okay? Okay. And
you know who's really good at that is George Soros.
Oh yeah.
All of his NGOs, like in Ukraine, were like the anti-corruption group and all this other stuff. It was exactly what it was. It was, they use it. It's just exactly opposite.
Yep. And yeah, it's like the Southern Poverty Law Center and just all these things. It sounds like he's really, really getting.
It sounds like something that everybody should, want to plug in.
Yeah, it was audio from the Vatican again. Okay, that's what was going on. Thank you. Who said that? Lee, thank you, bud. Appreciate that. Or
is the Vatican still dark?
Yeah. Yeah.
Huh.
Right?
Interesting.
And I'm finding. Let me see here. Let me see if I can keep that on with without the audio. Yeah. All right. So we can keep that open. So what we're gonna get the message. We're gonna get the message, no question about it. But definitely look out for it. Sherilyn says, we still love you, Dave. I'm so glad that
no matter what, despite all of your technical disabilities.
Yeah, exactly. Here's something. Armor of God said that just looked up Rudy Giuliani on Facebook and then went to drop 1816. So it must have been the timestamp of Rudy's drop on Facebook. Is that right? His post on Facebook. And 1816, we've been here quite a bit. This is the one we were just here last night or the night before. FISA 20. There is a reason why we need to go mainstream prior to the evidence being dropped. You have more than you know. D5. Where we go one, we go all. What was the remember I was asking you about the calendar last night.
Oh yeah, the Orthodox, and all the switch to different calendars. Did you ever did any of the Sneds ever take care of you and give you one of those calendars?
If they did, I missed it. Right Side Broadcasting just said no message from Trump tonight. That's all right, guys. You have me, my fellow Americans. The sprinkle is upon us. I'm so glad they came up with storm, because that would have been such a letdown if they said it's sprinkling out, right?
Right. Or there's dew on the lily.
There's dew on the lily. Yeah, it's not as powerful, is it?
No.
I'm so glad that their PR firm went with, let's go. Those were some options.
They probably did of hands, a bunch of generals sitting around a table.
Yep. The dew on the lily was the runner-up, dude. But they voted for Storm. They went with Storm after all. They like the idea of the sprinkling outside because it's not as intense, and some people are they're going to need to be handled gently. Yeah.
It's that toxic masculinity took over, Dave.
Exactly. Carl said they're installing huge temporary generators at the Capitol. That is what was in the video that he sent me.
Yeah, there's a bunch of them going up. I saw those actually even last week.
Here we go. Let's see what we got here.
All right, guys, I just want to show you what's happening here in D.C. real quick. So this is a temporary power plant. It's like it's a big one too. There's huge generators inside there, diesel generators. This is their infrastructure in terms of their connections. Now, if you look at the distance here, try to get in on it. There's another 2 more big ones there, and then this is the whole National Mall's fenced in. There's more temporary power here, same size as the one I'm standing at. If you can see it right there. So something big's getting ready to happen. We're not really sure. Here's the cables going in. They're over here, coming around this thing. We have no idea what this is going to power up. But they got these huge generators on both sides. So right here, there's one that's the same size as this one right here.
Hold on, guys. I just got an answer. We lost Todd and Cindy. Let me see. 1 minute. Hold on. Okay, hold on. Wow. Okay, hold on. Let me get to get Todd and Cindy back on. Where'd you go? Okay. So, Kathy, did you say I had no volume? Was it no volume on that video of the generators? Huh? Found Sneds on MeWe. Good. Lisa says there are 100 huge trailers parked near me out of the blue. What kind of trailers, Lisa? Where, please? Dottie, I'll see if I can pull that up. Follow Q. You guys, you'll find out what to do during blackout. Don't panic. Trump is good. Maybe wrong info. Yeah, Lisa, they're going to communicate to us properly. Yeah, those are serious generators. Well, those are the kind of generators, folks, that they would have at a moment's notice to power up the what do you call it? The Vatican, because and this might be the black hats, by the way, that are putting up these generators outside of the Capitol, because they know that they're going to try to shut down their power. Black ops can deal much easier in black ops, right? Because they're basically they can use night vision goggles and shut all the lights out, and then the people you're going up against are at a huge disadvantage in the dark, obviously. So Melody says, John Matz, owner of Parler, just put out a 52-minute ago that Parler may be taken down tomorrow. He is working on another way to get Parler back up should it happen again. Should it happen. That's good to know. Thank you, Melody. Hey, bud. Sorry I lost you guys.
Oh, that's it's crazy right now.
Yeah, right? What's going on?
I don't know. Apparently they don't want us talking.
Yeah.
They're about a year late, I think.
All right. So Philip Dan says Julian calendar date today is December 27. That's versus the Gregorian. But do we have the Orthodox is the same calendar, but just the Christmas was a different day. Yeah. Okay.
Hey, Dave, have you done the trick with how long till 2021?
No. Hold on. Cerulean C, why wouldn't the Vatican be back on by now? Generators probably very available. That's what I'm saying, that it's probably a military operation and they're out for a reason. They were taken out by people that want it to be dark. Okay? That's why I think that's going on. No, what's until 20... what are you saying?
How
days?
Long? If you Google, it has to be Google. How long till 2021?
Really?
Yep.
All right, let me go to. Hold on.
And Satan, get behind me.
Yeah. Satan, get behind me. All right, let me pull up. I just want to pull up Google, for crying out loud.
Yeah, I know.
Let me go to down here. Google.com on DuckDuckGo. Then go to Google. And then type in how long?
How long until 2021? It's not on DuckDuckGo. It's on Google.
Okay. 47 minutes, 7 seconds.
Yeah. So it's not even 2021 yet.
Okay, I think I just peed myself a little bit there.
I thought you were going to say the. I did it yesterday, and of course it was a different number, but it's been counting down. I did it again today.
Interesting.
Chrisalina actually suggested to do it. She said, "Look, check this out. You want to freak out?"
Okay, so did Chrisalina mention? Hey, Chrisalina, did she mention? Are they going off a calendar that we don't have up right now?
Obviously.
Colleen says 23 hours, 47 minutes. Where are you at, Colleen?
You got to be Google, the Google itself, no DuckDuckGo Google or Safari Google.
Okay. It's got to be Google, guys. Jesse says 22 hours, 47 minutes.
Get behind me, Satan.
Yeah, get behind me, Satan.
Now, isn't that strange?
When you ask Siri, it says 22 hours.
Is that it? Yeah.
By the way, guys, we very likely could be, operating on, we are operating on two separate timelines, certainly of our reality, because there's a reality that people have that Clinton's good and the Democrats are good and it's not socialism and Biden getting in there is going to be a good thing. That's a parallel reality to what we're experiencing, right? And so, yeah. Lisa, Google is disinfo, guys. Well, we know that, Lisa. That's why we don't use it. That's why you had to go to Google, DuckDuckGo and type in Google, because I never use it. But the question is, why is it, giving us this info, right? People also ask, how long until 2020 is over? Yeah. So this could be nothing. This could just be stupid, something stupid, but it could also mean something, right? So it's important to look outside the box. So Julie has 21 hours, 45 minutes. That doesn't make any sense, Julie. You're Eastern Standard Time, right?
We're at 22 hours and 40-some minutes.
And this morning it was going to be 8:21 p.m. because I took a screenshot of it.
Well,
it's weird.
Interesting. So let me speak to this a moment. Regarding the timelines, one of the theories here and what we're going to experience stepping into a new 5D paradigm is that all the timelines will merge together.
Yep.
And so these timelines are coming together, and then there's the epiphany or the awakening or the awareness of everything that's going on.
Yep.
That's
what they were talking about when we were talking about yellow cube and looking glass.
Mm-hmm.
The reason you don't hear about it anymore, that just before 2012, they realized that they were getting the same answers, all the timelines meeting together, no matter what anybody did. They could not change what happened.
Right.
So when they did that, they had multiple people go through, and you needed a medium actually to work the yellow cube.
Yeah.
And that person had to work in between the physical and the non-physical world in the realm to connect it. And they were all coming up with the same answer, that nothing was going to change. All of these paradigms, all of these timelines were coming together, and nothing could stop it. And that's where we're coming to that right now.
Okay. Now, okay, so if you add, hold on. Somebody's saying a bunch of the snetheads are saying that it means military time. So if you take, let me see. If you take 2021 and you subtract by 1939, you're going to come up with 82. So, but that's still off, right? So for you guys that are saying, that it's military time, what exactly do you mean? Like, does it make sense that that it's saying different times for different people, but it doesn't seem to be right? So if I put in when is it 2021 and it's telling me 42 minutes, it's not 42 minutes to 2021 on the military time, right? So that's what I'm wondering. Okay. Strawberry Fields, 5 minutes of foolishness. So it's the military time for now, but it doesn't seem to be matching up. Okay. But we could, like, if it says year, how long until the year 2021? Then it's going to be very different.
I typed how long until 20.
So what people are saying is that 2021 is a military time, and it's
Yeah.
telling us that's how much time we have until the military time of 2021.
Yeah.
Does it add up?
It didn't seem to add up when I just did it. Will you guys try it? Okay. So, but let me go to, so the video, let me see here. So basically, are the white hats putting up those barriers and the generators at the Capitol, or is that for the black hats to protect themselves from? Let's show this 2-minute clip of Project Veritas right now on the election. Make sure you guys have this down. While you guys are doing your math, we can watch this. Okay.
See that you're aware we were successful in court today. Came to an agreement.
Okay.
We sued you, and one part of the agreement was that the barriers come down and we're allowed to be within 10 feet of any ballot counting operation. I have a copy of the consent decree for you, signed by the judge on the back. We're allowed to be within 10 feet of the county operation.
What does the paperwork say to make it official? Oh, the judge.
The judge on the back. It's two-sided, sir. The judge was pissed with the lack of transparency. Very.
And they believe that ballot harvesting is taking place here?
I can say that the process has not been transparent at all. That to use Ralph's own word, he described it as he was using secrecy.
We have to rearrange our setup so that they can see, okay? The ballot's supposed to be a secret ballot.
But we're here to like...
No name associated with the ballot, but the actual casting of the ballot should not be seen by the public. We interpret it as it's an open process. We're showing you that our process is open to the public. I'm trying to protect the privacy of the vote itself. That's all.
Bullshit.
The judge said there needed to be transparency. So if you're turning the screens away,
I was told, just tell you what I was told. I was told
Who said that?
The Secretary of State. The Secretary of State told me.
so far there's been zero transparency to the
Like say I had a plastic bag.
Correct.
I could just go and take the ballots and behind these blue things and put them in the plastic bag and just walk out of here.
Or change people's votes all on your own. It's how they ended up in the November election with a batch of, out of DeKalb County, I'm in Fulton. It was either DeKalb or Fulton. They had a batch of 900 military and overseas ballots. All 900 military overseas ballots went for Biden. Every single one.
Okay. So I think we're understanding right now that everybody here understands that, you know, when we were saying they haven't arrested anybody for the election, they haven't that they were doing a sting on this Georgia election, they were doing a sting on the other election. We're up to 2,000 beautiful humans. Welcome. I'm David Snedeker. This is the IndoctriNATION. We have Todd Gedeminski and Sydney Johnson on with us from Springfield, Illinois. You're welcome here. We just ask that you be kind and you speak truth, and it's all good. And we are uncovering and unwrapping what's really going on here with the elections, with the presidential election, with everything that's happening. And there is treason that has taken place, and we are exposing that treason. There are, FFs that take place, which means it's basically a false activity that generates a certain feedback, a certain response from the public, and Joseph Goebbels, who studied Edward Bernays. I'll give you an example, folks. Edward Bernays was the nephew of Sigmund Freud. Sigmund Freud obviously unlocked the keys to the brain and how to access them and what makes it tick. And so he wrote a book on psychoanalysis, and his nephew sent him a box of cigars after a trip to Cuba, and he sent him the book in return, and his nephew read it and ran with it. And what I mean by ran with it, he used the knowledge that he now had of his uncle's work on the brain, and he set about helping companies to manipulate consumers into buying their product. And one of the cigarette companies hired him, and then another cigarette company hired him away from them. And his first major thing that he did for them was the Easter parade was happening in, I believe, I want to say 1927, and I may be off on that date, but the Easter parade in New York City, he solicited his secretary to put an ad in the newspaper to find models, but not model pretty, but average pretty, and just average looking women. And I think they got about 15 of them, maybe more. And what he did was, during the parade, he had them walk out of the church very elegantly and light up cigarettes very elegantly and step into the parade. And he even had a newspaper interview one of the women who he set up as his assistant, as his secretary, and he told her exactly what to say. And she was to say that she feels that she's marching with the suffragettes and that this is her torch of freedom. The goal by the cigarette company was to increase the purchases of cigarettes by women because women considered them to be dirty and unclean. An unclean habit, like picking your nose kind of thing, right? Which I have you gotta be able to pick your nose once in a while, right? But smoking cigarettes you don't have to, right, Todd? So at any rate, so basically they ran with that story, torches of freedom, and every year after that, the amount of women that increased by like 5%, 3%, 4%, 5%, like every year steadily after that. And so this is a manipulation of the population. And how many people have died from cancer, emphysema, all kinds of things from cigarette smoking, and yet we still do it because of the level of addiction that it carries with it. So, but the point here is, and by the way, watching old movies, Edward Bernays was a part of putting them in the movies. Ivy, who was another master at public relations, who was the one that got Rockefeller to start writing checks to hospitals and universities and start taking control over the medical world. And so this was all calculated manipulation of the population. And what they do with things like this event that happened on Wednesday at the Capitol building was they manipulated the population into a reaction. And so what that is basically they manipulate the population into these knee-jerk reactions so that they can then solve those created problems. It's called the Hegelian dialectic, created by John Hegel in the mid-19th century, who was a philosopher, and said that if you create a problem, then the people involved will look for a solution, will have a reaction, and then you have the solution ready for that problem that they're seeking to solve. So it's problem, reaction, solution. And what's happening in modern day manipulation of the population, like in the case of Edward Bernays and the cigarette company, is they have a solution. They want more women to smoke, right? And so they create a problem, or they create a situation, and that would be these glamorous women smoking and stepping into the parade and fighting for, the votes, the ability to vote. And then they get the reaction from the crowd of, wow, smoking really looks cool, or Hollywood, right? And then you have the solution is, well, we've got cigarettes, just for you. So that's the Hegelian dialectic, and most of the time it's used with a problem with a flag, like what happened at the Capitol on Wednesday, because now we know that they were allowed in through the gates. Then we know they were allowed in through the doors. Okay, and then we know that they had a photo opportunity as well set up within the halls of Congress, and there's no getting around that, folks. And supposedly this woman that supposedly died was actually let me see if I can find my post on this. That she was actually excuse me. Tweeting today. And if you guys know that to be true, please let me know. It'd be good to pull that up. Lisa says, iPhone users, turn off your automatic updates now. Yeah, we are. Margaret, you're so proud of your children and one friend watching. Hello to your children and your one friend, Margaret. It was so great to connect with you in D.C. That was so awesome. By the way, I left my coat on the plane that went to Houston. A little help on that would be great.
Did you wear your
Did I what?
Were you a good boy? Did you wear your mask?
Oh, I was taking it off every chance I got. Let me ask you this: if the flight attendant has to tell you to put your mask on or pull it up over your nose like multiple times, does that mean I was a good boy or a bad boy?
I would say you're a bad boy.
Lisa said she took it. It wouldn't fit you, Lisa. It would be like a tent. You could set up as a tent. I left a flashlight too? Okay. All right. Lisa, it's hard to stop smoking. Yes, I know.
Hey, Dave, you really checked your coat, didn't you?
Weed's all good, Stephen. Don't worry about weed. You're not going to, unless you overdo it. Overdoing anything is bad, guys, right? But the whole thing with the cigarettes is just the addiction that it gets you into and the ill health that it creates. But weed can also, by the way, coming off weed can be bad too, because I found that it made me angry coming off of it, like the next day or what have you. So you got to be careful with that too and how it makes you react. Sorry, Todd, what were you saying?
I said you really know how to check your coat, don't you?
Yeah, why? What I check? Yeah. Oh, that's a good one, dude. Wow.
Come on, I had to say it twice. Jeez.
Dude, I'm so sorry. Wow.
Check your coat and your mask all the way to Houston.
That's one, dude. I'm pissed at you because I didn't think of it. So that's all. But I definitely checked my coat. I put it, I stuffed it back into the overhead. And that's why I missed it. And I was engaged in conversation. I was red pilling somebody, so I was engaged.
Well, they're all out of blue pills now. Did you see that?
What's that?
I think I'll send you what I posted. Hold on.
Okay, good.
The store's all out of blue.
Store's all out of blue.
Yeah, you can't find blue pills anywhere. Where is that? I only posted twice today, Dave. It's on my Facebook.
Okay. Let me play this. This was shared by Lana by Kathy, and this was more of the interview of Thomas McInerney.
Card from Joseph Goebbels. If you
That's the
tell a
best thing
lie
I
big
saw all
enough,
day.
and that's what.
What's that, bud?
I think that's the best thing I saw all day as far as intel.
Yep. Same. So this is obviously a continuation of that interview from the other night, and you know what? I want a better copy of it because somebody put some really loud music on this one, and I don't think it had loud music.
No, it sounded like violins or something in the back.
Yeah, because it was at the White House. That's why.
Okay, I don't remember that the violins being that loud. Let me see. Excuse me.
I have a version of it. But
Let me see.
Excuse me, from Joseph Goebbels.
All right, well, let's listen to this one.
You can are the ones that we listened to.
Okay.
Better than last night.
Yeah, send me that one if you will, Cindy, please.
Shared it with me.
What's that?
Alana Sirianni shared it with me.
Oh, that's the one I was playing.
Yeah.
So that's not the one. Is that the one you guys heard today too?
Yes. It's just the music, and they were interviewing him at the White House during a function.
Okay.
So that's
all right. Let's try. We'll make it work. Okay. Thanks. Okay. And by the way, he's about to tell you Joseph Goebbels. Then I'll tell you about that in a second.
This is a scorecard from Joseph Goebbels. If you tell a lie big enough, and that's what they're doing. And you see Pelosi, you see Schumer. Ann just told me that Pelosi called the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Mark Milley, and they're trying to get him out on the 25th Amendment or to impeach him. Why? Well, because on Wednesday, they took Pelosi's laptop. She's frantic. There were some people in there that were special forces mixed with Antifa, and they took her laptop and they had that data.
We're not here to be Antifa.
Because they have that data. I believe they also have a source that is talking like a songbird. And the president is going to spring that person on us, so it will completely change, because it is someone that has said, I'm not going to do this. This is treason. Remember, this is treason, high treason.
Sir, could he use the emergency broadcast system or emergency action message to communicate
Did you see
this?
yesterday that an email went around telling everybody about the emergency broadcast system? So there are those little signals that you see. You see that what I saw was the September 18th or 19th Executive Order 2018 that if foreigners were involved in the U.S. election, the president could declare an emergency. That means he knew back 2 years ago.
Yeah.
And that's why it's just all come together that COVID-19 was a biological attack. Let's not say it was an accident and it slipped out of a food market or anything. We're not that naive anymore.
That wasn't too bad with the music. Thanks for that, Cindy, and thanks for Kathy for sending that to me earlier. Also, yeah, there's also something I need to share. Now that is what's great about that is yeah. So B. Carlino says, Dave, my husband was in the Navy Communications. He said 2021 is 9/20, right? So that's why the fact that I had 47 minutes remaining until it didn't make any sense, right? So
9/21, yeah.
Yeah, so these numbers aren't matching up. So those of you who are saying that it's military time, that's not accurate. Like I know military time. We use military time on the 17 drops sometimes, and so we But so that's why it's odd, because it's all over the place.
Yeah.
And it may be a different timeline for every single human being. That's the thing. That's what's very interesting.
And Google knows.
Yeah, yeah.
And also, Dave, we haven't 100% confirmed that that's the White House.
Okay.
Yeah, that the placement of General McNerney is not 100% confirmed.
That's just
Okay.
that's
Good to
what
know.
I thought it was.
Well, that's what he said last night, right? He said it with that other video. He said, here in these halls, the White House. So he did mention that last night.
Oh, okay. It looked like it, but
Yeah.
I was just making sure we're on schedule there.
Yeah, he said Pence committed treason. Pure clean. Yeah, he absolutely did. He said that last night. This is no, it's not the full video, but we watched the other part of it last night. We could watch that again. That was important.
Yeah, this isn't your run-of-the-mill guy that's just
right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let me see.
Yeah.
So the video from last night, who got that to us?
Has anybody checked his Bill Benioff of Twitter?
I think he is.
I think so too. I'm checking.
Okay. I think he is. People were talking about stopping smoking. Somebody was saying they just kept telling themselves, I've gone 4 days, 5 hours, 20, why stop now? Why go back now? Put a pack of cigarettes in his freezer so he knew he had a pack if he needed them. But then probably once they thawed out or whatever, he was probably over it. But good tips on that, guys, if you're looking to stop. Just it's all good. We're some great patriot smokers out there.
I'm no quitter, Dave.
That's right. And also just the fact that we've got we talk about this, like don't like with the awakening process, like don't as in the awakening process, don't be the person that smoked for 20 years and then looks at all smokers like they're assholes. We were all asleep for a very long time, so for us to now look at everyone that's asleep and call them assholes, it's like, well, we're kind of calling ourselves assholes.
Dave, they're not assholes, they're dumbasses.
Yeah.
We clarified
dumbass. Yeah. So if you smoke, hey, smoke them if you got them, folks. Smoke them if you got them. This is, this is about freedom. I'm not gonna, get on a bandwagon and speak negatively about smokers unless they're blowing at my face.
Well, I have a lot riding on the med bed.
What's that?
I have a lot riding on the med beds.
Yeah, dude, you can't smoke in the med bed, I hear. Just FYI. You're gonna have to go outside.
Hold my stogie. I'm getting a treatment.
You might have to stick the cigarette through the seal somehow. I don't know how that works, but so McInerney, basically, the great thing, McInerney, is the great thing about that is that he's confirming what we had heard, and that is that Pelosi's laptop was seized in the White House raid, and that's a very good thing, because that she was communicating with the cabal. She was communicating with China, and we're going to find out about this. 420 Wild Dragon, roll the blunts. It's Saturday, baby. Time to unhook. Excuse me. Linwood, 4 minutes ago, from Melanie King. Be prepared for imminent blackout. President Trump will be using emergency broadcast system. That was on Parler. Awesome. Let's go to Lynn on Parler. Let's see what he's saying. Let me finish up with E actually first before we go over there, and because E, I started reading that, we got distracted, but they did the amplified division they did during 9/11, domestic terrorism, passing the Patriot Act. The focus now, though, is on solidifying the internal domestic base of control for the intelligence agencies, pulling global strings. This is your last stand. They have divided you against yourselves, ostracized you, inflamed you, and now paint you as the new targets of a system designed to enforce compliance, not just for you, but for all future citizens. Mechanisms of control are born out of chaos, and no opportunity is wasted, especially not one they have spent years manufacturing. Eyes open, E. Okay. Excuse me. Pulling up Linwood. All right. Yeah, JFK Jr. on Twitter said her laptop was taken as well. So this was just now. Linwood posted: "Be prepared for imminent blackout. President Trump will be using emergency broadcast system. We have a man of courage and faith at the helm. He will be at the helm for 4 more years per the rule of law. Pray for President, our country, and all." That's awesome. iHeartRadio, this was Linwood. Was that that's not coming up here. Somebody sure does not want you to hear Fireside Chat 7. Sites being hacked and attacked will host other options. Thanks, Spotify. So he's not even able to get his Fireside Chat out. Why is the CDC calling for Nazi-style concentration camps? So obviously they're trying to get that out. Wikipedia is a fraud. Changes are being made for propaganda purposes. Ignore it. Soon it will be out of business. That's exactly what I've been telling you for years about Wikipedia. It's used as propaganda. It's a great place to start your research, like if you need to find dates or people involved, but then quickly get out of Wikipedia and do real research. I've literally had people, debate me with Wikipedia and Snopes and et cetera, and that's why you can't really red pill somebody if they keep going back to the system of the indoctrination to get information to tackle you with, because you can't get over that, because they have plenty of propaganda to refute every theory, conspiracy theory. Canada just ordered martial law. Violators pay $6,000. AMC. All right.
Really?
Let's find out for sure. That was from AMC Frisco. Breaking news. Martial law officially declared in Canada. Medical tyranny and detainment. This was 3 hours ago. Martial law enforcement of COVID-19 lockdown measures has begun. UN troops to enforce neurotopic DNA-altering vaccines. Full detainment and isolation of non-compliant citizens in FEMA camps. The hoax COVID pandemic is being used as a cover to usher in a totalitarian New World Order, one world government tyranny. Are you awake yet? Let's see if we have another source on this. Let's see.
We have a lot of Canadian schnetheads. I'd have thought we would have heard that already.
Yeah, let's guys, let's hear from our Canadian crew. Yeah, it's all going to go down this week. This is going to be from Right Side Broadcasting just now on Twitter from Carrie Chestnut. If the president chooses to address the nation, he will do it at a time of his choosing. We'll let you know if we hear anything. Yeah, of course he'll do it at a time of his choosing. That's obvious. Laura says, and New York is going to pass a bill allow them to put anyone who's had the virus or currently had the virus into camps. That's absolutely true. It's not going to get to that point. Let's see.
And I've had multiple snedheads say that the Canadian thing is false.
Okay. Yeah, I'm seeing that the first two sources of that are like, DarylHines.net and then mattishell.news. Whoa, okay, look at this guy. All right. That should be your first red flag. And that was September 23rd, 2020, that he's got it. So, yeah. Double check your dates and your sources, folks. When you drop some information like that, you got to know it's true. You don't just read one source and spread it to the world. You'll lose credibility. So Linwood is saying Parler to be shut down in the next 24 to 36 hours. He also has said that Apple is going to try to automatically turn off the notifications. So my recommendation is, first of all, don't update any software on your Apple. Okay. My second recommendation is go into your settings. All right. Go to notifications right down there. Okay. Hit notifications and then scroll down all the way to the bottom and you'll see Amber Alerts, you'll see emergency alerts and public security alerts right there. Okay. And then just make sure those are switched on. All right. And I would recommend checking that a couple of times a day to make sure that Apple hasn't taken them off. Because here's the thing. Unless we have our phones or the ability to get to a landline, we're not going to communicate. We're not going to be able to communicate. I wish that I had more of a setup for, what do you call it?
Ham radio?
Yeah, I've got one. And maybe I could do a quick thing on it. And you're not allowed to broadcast if you don't have a license, but you can if it's during a time of emergency. And that would be that. So I could potentially broadcast on ham radio. And I think I will. But I got to find out more about it. But I have 2 handheld ham radios so that I can communicate with my family if we get, but I didn't send one with them. That's the downer.
If you're going to be on ham radio, maybe we could do a show together and I'll be Beans.
Ham and Beans?
Yeah.
Nice. Isn't it? I think you'd be more, you're more the pork.
Beef, more like beef.
Beef, yes. Where's the beef? That'll be your segment.
Meaty.
I got a friend. She's a snedhead. Kim Minnick, if you guys know her. She does. She's beautiful lady, and she does this. She's on Instagram, and she does meat. Like she eats meat. She cooks meat, and she talks about meat. And it's great. She gets millions of viewers, and she wants to help me get onto Instagram, which I haven't done yet. But
well, we probably wouldn't last long, Dave.
No, I don't think so. Dude. It's like we're trying to get in the arena when the concert's let out.
It's really hard to swim against this tide.
Where's everyone going? Where are you guys going?
But the concert started at midnight.
Hey, we got a new Instagram account. Check us out. Well, we don't have an account anymore. Yeah. Okay, Ernie, I see the WikiLeaks of Hillary Clinton's email files. Yes, I've seen all those. Thank you. They've been out for a long time. Robert Brown says Bill Binney is still on Twitter.
Really?
Huh.
Oh.
Wow. Let me go there. Let's see what Binney's saying.
Well, he's probably hacked Twitter.
That's true. I mean, the guy is a genius.
Yeah.
He's a computer genius.
I don't even think you need to throw computer in there. He's just a genius.
Yeah, no, he is. All right, here he is. Let's see what he's having to say. Former NSA tech director from the movie A Good American testified to German Bundestag and UK House of Lords to stop illegal mass surveillance of the world. This guy's legit. Let's see. 15 hours ago, he said we should consider Article 5. Article 5 says that on the application, 2/3, 34 of the legislatures of several states, Congress shall call a convention for proposing amendments. The convention can propose amendments whether Congress approves of them or not. Now he's going down the path to the election, and so going back to yesterday. Yeah, so basically saying let's see how many of those problem Antifa arrested, stay in jail, because he's also talking about the election and how bad this election is. Let's see.
While you're bringing up movies, Dave.
Yeah.
Did you have an hour and 14 minutes to spare today to watch The Called, Makings for a Perfect Day?
No.
That is great.
Wait a minute. Is that 107?
Yes.
I meant to watch that. Then we had to shut that down last night because of the music.
Yes. It's amazing.
Okay. Folks, let me. Why don't you send me that link if you haven't already, and I'll just show everybody the link so they can watch it after the show.
I've got it queued up.
Awesome.
Bo James sent that to me.
Cool. Thanks, Bo. William 610. I'll check the messenger. Here we go.
All right, I sent it.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's got great music in it. It's got great. It's just really cool. For never seen a guy's face, it's a great show.
Right. This is Jennifer Mack on Rumble, published today. I'm sorry, yesterday, because we saw it. The Called, Makings for a Perfect Day. Okay. Ride Shotgun with 107. Jennifer Mack Films. This is the kind of thing I want to do, actually, too.
It was so well done, Dave, and it had recent things in it. It actually had the protests up in, the rally up in, whatever you want to call it, in the Capitol. And I mean, so it's right up to date. It's not old information. This is all great stuff.
Cool. So let me pull up, so you guys know where to look for that. Rumble. Actually, oh shoot, I didn't want to do that.
You have to see it. I mean, it's so good.
Cool. I'll watch that tonight. I actually was thinking tonight.
The world is waiting.
Hold on. I actually want to watch The Matrix tonight, if I have time. Oh yeah, I got to communicate with some people here shortly. I thought I was going to have some time to watch the president and get some things done while I was on with you guys. Yeah, so that was Lynn Wood. Kimberly Ann also just posted this, that Apple is going to do an update on all phones to shut off the emergency broadcast system. This is Nazi Germany 1938. Turn your auto update toggle off. Oh, okay. So we got to turn our auto update toggle. Okay.
That off.
What's that?
I've got that off all the time. I think.
Yeah. But where is that? Where's the auto? Do we know that? Auto update.
I'm looking.
Let me see. Okay. By the way, freaking Vatican's still dark, folks.
Wow.
Yeah, that's there's no way that we're that's by accident. No way. Let me pull up Facebook again.
Is there a live camera feed of that?
Yeah, that's what we were watching.
Oh, okay. Because I was like, man, I wonder if you could see somebody getting taken out of there.
Let's see. Yeah, this is folks, think about what we're going through right now. Think about what's happening. This is real. This is the real deal here. This is absolutely history in the making. No question about it. And this is really really fantastic that we are living through this time in our human history, because oh my God, this is just,
we are very, very lucky to be here.
Yeah, and to be a part of it, not just be here, but to be a part of it, to be at the forefront of the information war and the digital war. Because I got to be honest, if we had to take up guns, I'd be there as well.
Yep.
But this is a little easier.
Yep.
I'll be honest. For me to, folks, if I can win this revolution with this, okay, by speaking into this microphone, that's going to be far better than having to hold a gun and shoot somebody. But I would do that if we needed to, because my whole goal for this is to break us free from slavery. Let's see. I'm trying to get back to a few messages that were sent to me. Alana, general settings, software update, and scroll to the bottom. Okay, thank you, Alana.
Oh,
so on your phone, you have, let's see. So you go into settings, right, guys? Let me turn this down. You can see it easier, I think. So you go to settings, okay? You go to, let me see, down. You scroll down to general here,
yeah.
Okay? And then it says about and software update, okay? And then you hit software update, and it's checking for update. I don't even want to check it.
I don't either.
But software update should just...
Yeah, I have automatic updates off at the bottom.
Yeah, but it's after you click on software update, right?
Yep. But if you don't click on that software update, it doesn't do it for you.
Okay.
So I've always got a notification that I have a software update, but it never updates.
Yeah, exactly. And then mine will say, okay, we'll do it between 1 and 5 a.m., but my phone's always off. So I haven't updated my phone in probably 6 months. Now, what's important to do is to back up your phone on your computer, guys, so that you have, everything you want. This is good. I'm going to share this from Alana right here. This is a meme. Me watching crap unfold after everyone said I was crazy.
I got to get there. I got to see it.
Oh, my God. That's good.
Sometimes the delay helps me.
I know, right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's fantastic.
Did you do mine yet? No. The messenger?
Let me see. You're so needy.
It's pretty good. I think they'll.
Oh, there it is. That's good. Well, think about it. You don't have a choice anymore. You really don't have a choice.
It was perfect. And you were talking about watching the show, so.
Yeah, yeah. All I have left is red. Yes, Morpheus. That's all we got time for, folks, is red. We don't have time for, blue pill. Blue pill's not an option unless you just want to, lay under a table and stick your thumb in your mouth and
pick a team.
Yeah.
Pick a team. Are you on God's team? I mean, it's come down to this. Are you on God's team or are you on the devil's team?
That's right.
Pretty easy.
Yep. Absolutely. Absolutely.
You want freedom or communism? Just answer these two questions.
Mm-hmm.
Answer those two questions, you know where you stand. Then you say, welcome. If you're on the other team, then we got a problem.
Yep. Oh, come on. That's what it boils down to. It's not about right or left. It's definitely. So I'm going to show you guys. Let me get to a few more of these, but I want to see if I can pull up my video of the Capitol building, and because I want to show you guys that. And I think I got it. Okay. Let me see here.
Deb's curly, you said Vatican Live on Linwood Parlor.
Is that right?
That's interesting.
Huh. I'm there now. Let me see. Okay. Yeah, he's got Vatican Media Live up too. So this is from Linwood, folks. Okay. And by the way, we just showed you the arrest of the president of Italy yesterday. Think about how huge that is, folks. Our State Department arrested, Secretary Pompeo arrested the president of Italy. Our State Department arrested a leader of another country. You've got to have pretty good evidence to pull that one off. And that evidence has to do with, you'd have to have a pretty good.
You know what, Dave? That brings back a lot of memories. I went to the Vatican not too long ago.
Is that right?
Yeah, within the last 10 years. And I stood there and actually in that square and was just thinking back to all the times, when you saw it as a kid, when they had the Pope, when they were electing the Pope and they had the black smoke and the white smoke, and you're all like, oh, yeah. And little did you know, it's. But I did get a creepy feeling when I was there because they kept all the old popes in some glass cases and you could actually see them. And they said, whatever you do, don't take any pictures of them. So I had probably 2 rolls full of popes that I took secret pictures. But all that got deleted in a hardware crash, probably because of those pictures.
Wow. Well, the other thing is, what about the Probably because they were the real deal. Like they were the real guys.
Right.
What's
There
that?
was some creepy stuff, man. It was really.
Yeah.
I got creeped out more than I did. I mean, I had a really weird feeling.
Yeah, those guys are. Yeah, it's very satanic. There, that's very sad.
I didn't know what I know now.
Yeah.
When I did it, I was like gawking at everything and
Yeah.
going, "Oh wow, look at that! How they get that here? You know, how many slaves did it take to build this?"
Yeah.
I mean, it's just so gaudy. It's such expense and such a cost of human labor. I mean, to go and some of those columns, like I think that monument in the front there, I believe, is all one piece, and it came from a certain island that they had to cut it off of a certain face of granite and then ship it across the ocean, and all the stuff that they, just amazing stories behind everything in that place.
Yeah. Did they talk about how the library is off limits?
Yeah. They didn't. They didn't talk about. They had a lot of places closed off at the time. Basically, you could walk in the front door, and see some things. And same with the Coliseum. The Coliseum is always under construction.
Yeah, exactly. Dave, we're on from Stephanie. We're on red 3. Pelosi and Pence rearrange the letters. Silence Pope. Well, it's not. Let's see. Yeah, silence Pope. That could be kind of cool. Pelosi and Pence, and it could be silence Pope. That's kind of cool. A few you were mentioning that earlier, and I was going to do the switch the things around, but yeah, that's very interesting.
Or silence Peepo.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it's Popey if they're doing it for real. I think it's not definitive. Somebody said Amazing Polly said that power is down in Europe.
What?
Yeah. Can you guys double check that?
Are they not paying their bills or what?
Yeah, exactly. Matthew Cooney says at Vatican is that light on the right side of the screen sending code. Let's see what we got here.
Now I know what I'm going to be staring at all night.
I know, right? Not all Europe. Let's see. I haven't seen the letter that said "Frankly, Nancy." Michelle, can you send that to me on Messenger? So, one of the Snedheads mentioned a 3-year Delta. Sorry, I missed the name. Let's see. Yeah, daughter went to turn off auto update, and it just started updating, and it stopped, and that's why I turned mine off, because I was concerned about that too. And then my phone froze, by the way. So if you go to settings, okay, then you scroll down to general, all right, general, then that'll take you to your software update. But see how that I have a red 1 there, red 1. Okay, that means I'm not going to push that because I don't want to, I don't think it's going to update. But let me just see. Checking for updates. I could shut it off before it did anything. But, yeah, I don't trust it. I'm getting out of it, backing out of it. But supposedly you can go down there and turn auto off. Auto updates off, and mine's already has auto updates off. Yeah, I wanted to re-say it for some new people that missed it. Lisa, yeah, red 1, yeah. How about that, Bart?
Yeah.
by coincidence, red one.
You had that's really strange when you said that, because I was talking to Chrisalina today on the phone, and somehow we got onto, like, we were talking about fish or something, and I said, have you ever heard of a huma huma nuka nuka apua? And it's a joke for me. I use this all the time. It's the state fish of Hawaii. It was in that in a show. Oh God, it was a romantic comedy that was
30 First Dates or something. Was that with Adam Sandler?
Yes, it was the hotel, the big black gentleman in the hotel. And
I can't believe I pulled that out.
Yeah, he talked about the state fish of Hawaii, and it's huma huma nuka nuka apua. Well, and it hit me. We're supposed to be following huma. Where's huma? And so I put huma huma nuka nuka apua in Gematria.
Okay. As one does.
Oh my God. It's really good.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, when I went back to the software update, it just froze my phone again. Guys, stay away from the 51st states. That's what it is.
51st dates.
Yeah. Do you know? So you know how it's spelled?
Oh, you know what? It wasn't 51st dates.
No.
No, it was the other one with the blonde and what's his name? Adam Sandler.
That's 51st States.
No, not Adam Sandler. No, it was the guy that had just. It was oh God, I can't. I'm terrible at naming.
Oh, is it the one with Russell Crowe? Not Russell Crowe, but Russell, the English guy.
Yes.
It's like my ex. He went to the.
Yes, that's it.
Okay. All right. You're. It's what's it called? It was a really funny movie, actually.
Oh God, yeah, it was really good.
Not something about Mary, but they're in Hawaii. She breaks Forgetting Sarah Marshall.
That's it.
Cyanide 47. Yes.
That's it.
Yeah. Dog the Bounty Hunter calls it as well. Kim Stewart trying to get your attention. Thank you, Martha. Let me find out if Kim sent me something here in Messenger. So Alpha Punisher, Kim Stewart said, Alpha Punisher just sent you the video of Trump. Okay. And Kim, did you send it to me in Messenger? I have trouble finding people in Messenger. Good night, Love Dove. Let's see. There's complete crime trader. Okay. Picture of Messenger, Dave Dottie. All right, there we go. Oh man, it's so slow that it finally came up when I finally got it here. Kim, if you could send it to me again so it's at the top, that would be helpful, unless you don't have it queued up, because I'm having to pull you up and it's taking forever to find you. Let me see. Is Trump the greatest president ever or what? Yes, Clint, absolutely. Amber Blake says, go on iPhone, go to settings. I'm going to do this when I pull my phone back up. I had to turn it off again. It's something different. It's something different we haven't seen yet, Amber. Thank you for that. Let me see. So I want to let me see if I have this. Videos. Where are this? Huh. There it is. Okay. Well, where'd it go? Okay. All right, I'm going to do this again. It's a different one. Go to iPhone, go to Settings, go to Screen Time. Down here, Screen Time. Okay. Go to Privacy and Content Restrictions. Content and Privacy Restrictions. Okay. And then go to iTunes Apps and Purchases. Go to Deleting Apps. Please press Don't Allow. Apple can delete your apps without asking. Okay. So go to, let me see, iTunes Apps and Purchases right there. Okay. Okay. Installing apps allowed, deleting apps allow, in-app purchases allow. Let me see. Don't allow. Okay, don't allow deleting apps. And don't allow installing apps. You see those? Just hit don't allow on those. And hopefully, and then you can always require a password in case you're not sure, so they can't do it without your password. Okay? Okay.
Hey, stop it, stop it.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, take control of your phone, folks. That's a good one. Good stuff. Okay, so want to just show you guys this video that I've been promising you. But I want to do it, pull it up after we've got, yeah, the George blog. Not sure where that is. Let me see. Let me get back to the George. Look up George News, and that should take you to that George blog. Okay, that should take you to that George blog. Please repeat. People are asking me to repeat. Okay. All right. So go to your settings. Okay. Scroll down to screen. Wait a minute. Screen time, I think. Click on screen time. No, that's not it. I just had it. Just had it. All right. You guys are just going to have to rewind, I think. Because it was just... Yeah, or you could pull up a YouTube as well. Let's see. Go to the App Store and App Updates, Wondering Conservative says. Let's see. Athena got 600 times 2 today for her and her husband. Let's see. Judy, I don't know how Dave has done it for all these years. Thank you, Judy. It's hadn't been easy. Hasn't been an easier journey. That's for sure. All right, so I don't even remember how I got there, honestly, guys. But let's see. Because I thought, yeah. Okay. So let me make sure we're current on the stuff that we want to cover. Todd, was there anything that I was missing that you're getting across? Kim Stewart, your still did not pop up, so I'm sorry for that. Tommy Robinson is saying, what's that, bud?
I was just obsessed with the Vatican, actually.
Yeah.
That little light on the right that's pretty regular flasher. Looks like it might be like rotating or something.
Interesting. Okay. This is Tommy Robinson on what's going on here? And I believe it was from 2 hours ago. 7,000 troops in Washington, D.C. Now, it wouldn't have been 2 hours ago, although he would have posted it.
Just got intel off the streets from these soldiers.
Yeah, it was during the day. You can see them all over the place.
All barricaded. There's soldiers on every corner. You guys can see here, this is Washington, D.C. right now in real time.
Wow.
They're here. The military is here. So we just got word from one of these guys that there is over 7,000 deployed troops inside Washington, D.C. Now they're everywhere. You guys can see they're on every corner. The military is here in Washington, D.C. What do you think this is? Feel free to comment. They're everywhere.
So are we talking, did anybody confirm whether the National Guard
Holy smokes, look at them all.
or what military?
Holy shit. Look at them all.
No, I wasn't able
guys.
to.
And are they armed?
Guys.
I didn't see any long guns.
Hey guys.
No.
Just got intel off the
I don't think they're armed.
streets from these soldiers.
No, they're not armed.
We're right next to the
It must be
Capitol
the
of the United
National
States. Is all
Guard.
barricaded up. There's soldiers on every corner. You guys
Any
can
other
see
military
this,
would be
Washington, D.C.
armed.
right now in real time. They're here. The military is here. So
Yeah,
we just
no-
got
no
word
guns.
from one of these guys that there is over 7,000.
Over 7,000 troops. That's quite a few. Very nice. Well, they're not armed because Muriel Bowser said they couldn't be armed when she called him in, and arming them takes another level of getting it through. So I've been telling you guys about this video, and I want to show you. It's just about 6 minutes long, and it's just what I experienced. Let me see if I can do it from the iCloud, if that's going to work. It's probably not. So let me see. Let me try something else here. Okay. Oh, it's just a picture. That's why. It should be. Hold on. Todd, anything else popping up on your guys' end?
Still looking.
Okay. They will be allowed to be armed per Newsmax earlier said that. Okay. Cindy, Patience Quinn is saying check Messenger. Yeah, Lisa, when we left DC, they were already there. There weren't 7,000, and we don't have confirmation. Military, National Guard isn't allowed to conceal carry. Let's see. Oh, so we were doing a Q alert. That let me pull that up. That the 3-year delta of today, January 9th, 2018, it's 518, and 17 says, good job migrating. Folks, this was 3 years ago that 17 says to us today, good job migrating. Okay. Q Research confirmed. Removed post to keep it less public. Big week. This was needed. Be ready.
Is that significant?
Can't get any more significant than that. It's unbelievable. Good job migrating.
What are we, birds?
Yeah, exactly. Migrating, we're migrating, from Twitter. So that's a bird.
When a superpod of dolphins goes in one direction, are they migrating?
That's a good question. I could see that.
Huh.
I could definitely see that. Yeah, it's still not uploading my my videos. That's very frustrating. How that works. I don't know why that's.
Oh, I did. Now that I remember, I was just looking at OAN just for a second.
Yeah.
They were playing video of the Capitol storming, and the baseball bats that they used to break the windows came from the inside. They handed them out.
What do you have that video handy?
No, I just saw it on. I did see it earlier though. They broke the first window on the main floor. Then somebody on the inside actually handed them other instruments to break higher windows, like long, almost like bats, but they were a little longer.
Yeah.
And I don't have that video, but it's on OAN right now. I just happened to look up and see it again. But I was like, huh, really?
Huh.
The inside hands them the equipment to the other windows.
Isn't that where the term inside job comes from, Todd? I mean, it's literally, we're migrating to different social media platforms. That's what Q is talking about here.
Yeah.
By the way, Arlene says, I'm told by wife of National Guard Lieutenant Colonel family that 7,000 troops is normal for inauguration level of event. Only there's not going to be an inauguration for Joe Biden because they've already canceled all that.
And wasn't Washington boarded up?
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, I think they boarded up the Capitol.
Well, even pre-Trump rally, I saw video of people driving around, and they said, "This is what it looks like downtown." And it was board. There were a lot of boards on the windows, like they expected riots from our guys.
Oh.
And I was like, "What? They don't watch the Trump rallies?"
Yep. Yeah, Susie, I'm on YouTube tonight. I'm on, look at there's other people on YouTube. It's on Dave Sned, though. It's not on the Indoctrination because we can't broadcast live. By the way, many of you did what I asked you to do last night, so thank you for that. And that is a couple things. One, please go to theindoctrination.com, okay? Go to contact. And there, please sign up. Your name, email address, phone number if you'd like, because texting we might be able to reach you. But this won't go anywhere outside of the group here. But 400 of you went last night and did it. So please keep doing that. That's a way that we can stay in touch through your email or through your text message when things get complicated, if we get shut down on all different platforms. So that's really good information to have for you to dial in, please. And of course, if you want to check out the marketplace, we've got Snedheads that are supporting this broadcast that you can purchase product through. Purium is great if you want to start off the year healthy. It gets glyphosate out of your system. There's a Healy, it's a frequency device. It's like the med bed before the med bed gets here, but there's the science behind that. Then there's olive oil, Janus Company, fantastic products. Julie Harris makes incredible soap that I use. And then Saint Solutions, Jasmine and her father make the silver, colloidal silver, which is fantastic. Marcia, if you want to look into Akashic, Dr. Paula McDonald has a great book. Dismay Coin, you guys, some of you bought some coins recently. So that's some great commemorative coins there. So please check that out, and that's a way to support the broadcast. And of course, if you want to donate, you see the options for that as well. I got to check that. There's something down there. I meant to check the website. So so still trying to get this up. I think I'll probably do a brief one tomorrow broadcast, just because we're it's 0 hour basically, folks. 0 hour.
Hey, I sent you something in Messenger I came across that was interesting.
Okay.
Now, you can look at it, and it's just a very brief video, and I can't tell exactly who the gentleman is in the video. So it's just one of those where you kind of take a flyer. I tried to analyze it a little bit to see. I've never been in like the Capitol in person, so I don't know, what it exactly looks like. Maybe you can, since you were there the other night when you stormed it, maybe when you broke all the windows to get in there, Dave.
Yeah.
And then you beat that cop.
That was me.
Oh yeah, you were the one hiding behind the little old lady. That's right. I got you mixed up. But they're claiming it's Mitch McConnell arrested, but I look at it and we've got to look at this a little further though, just to see what it is.
I'm looking through some. Wow, so just so you know, guys, I just stumbled upon this. I've got a bunch of messages that I've never seen before, and some of them go back to December 15th and 3rd. So if we're not friends, I don't know where they go. So I got to figure that out. But I'm going to leave this up so I can go through some of those. Oh, that was on David Snedeker. I'm not really dialed into the other David Snedeker, so I got to figure that out. So forgive me for that if I haven't gotten back to you. And for example, Michael Janis just shared the Thomas McInerney. Let me get back to. So, Vatican, is the Vatican still down? Let me check that out. The Vatican looks to be still dark, folks. This is pretty remarkable. Pretty remarkable that there's absolutely zero lights there. And you are paying attention to the blinking red light, Todd, did you say?
I was paying attention to the white light on the right-hand side.
Okay.
That goes on and off. I was mesmerized for a bit.
Yeah, I see it.
But I think it's just rotating or something.
It's flashing now.
Is it?
I think there's some kind of communication going on there, bud.
All right. I'm gonna go there and get on it again. Could it be saying send help?
It's either that or macaroni and cheese. I get them confused, those two.
More beer.
Morse code. Send more beer. Yeah, it could be Morse code. Bart Wheeler says 518-206 from the dive there. If we go back to, hold on, 518. And then we go, you got 206, you got 201 here. You've got 20, you got 615. So he's saying do 206. Let's check that out.
I done my decoding responsibilities today because I thought we were going to go dark for sure, but I've always called Sunday every time because I thought Sunday night everybody would be home getting ready for Sunday night. I thought that. So I'm still in the running for Sunday night being right.
Yeah.
Only about 4 months off, 3 months off, 2 months off, 1 month off.
Okay, so can't wait for the green light. Teams on standby. That was from November 22nd, 2017, but off this one. Can't wait for the green light. Teams on standby. That sounds awesome.
Well, you know how it is, Dave. The military trains hard.
And
and they don't want to sit the bench.
Mm-hmm.
They want to go do their jobs. And they know what the job is on this.
Yep.
Then you're telling they got to be ready to rock.
Yeah, absolutely. That's good stuff. I can't believe that you're using the fact that, the whole continent's going to go dark as an excuse for not doing your homework, dude. That's very disappointing.
I know. I had guys, one thing to do.
Yep, guys, that's why Todd always says, that's why he's been saying it's going to happen tomorrow for the past several weeks, so he doesn't have to do his homework.
Well, I'm going to sleep for 10 days.
Yeah, I know, man. I cannot wait. I cannot wait.
I know, it's a double win, right?
Oh boy. Somebody, I got a comm today. I want to go to Pompeo on Twitter because
did you play McConnell getting arrested?
Oh, you mean no, McConnell?
Yeah, that's what I told you earlier.
No, where's that?
That's I sent it to you in Messenger. You don't listen to me.
Was that me? Was that you?
Yeah.
Speak up, boy. I can hardly hear you.
I kept saying, Dave, they're representing this as McConnell, but I haven't torn it apart yet. But that
was you. Oh, okay. Here we go.
I don't know who it is. I can't. It's not good enough to see, but interesting.
First of all, where's this supposed to be?
That was my question to you. I've never been in the Capitol. Do they have those flags hanging?
Oh, that's what you were talking about. Okay.
Yeah, remember we had a discussion about this. Boy, you're tired.
I am, man. I tell you what, I'll tell you this. I think that looks like McConnell.
It really, it does.
And it looks like his walk.
Yeah. But I was thinking, could that possibly be that guy they arrested yesterday that kind of looked like Biden? That grayish hair. I don't know. Like I said, I haven't torn it apart. This is pretty raw. This is not
the Capitol, I don't think.
Christine Sessions sent that, and I watched it once, and then I watched it again, and I was like, it's...
Yeah, does anybody know Morse code that can decipher the Vatican? There's this white light over here to the right is going on and off. And so it would be great if somebody could break down the Morse code. Somebody said this group is amazing. I agree. We got an amazing group, and it's basically a bunch of beautiful humans that are just dropping, things that they find that will. It never will stop. They will never stop us from communicating to each other as to what's really going on.
Well, I don't know.
Yeah, Kara says he's walking fast for McConnell because he does seem a little more frail than that.
Well, I think he's getting drugged. That guy.
Yeah, I don't think that's why the guy's got his hand on his arm.
Yeah. Watch this. Cindy hasn't seen it yet, so I'm going to get her opinion.
Okay.
This representatives could be.
Tony says Parler isn't Parler is Parler is not available on the Google Play Store. Do we have confirmation that it's not on Apple or Google Play? And guys, if you haven't seen it, go to the symbology of those places that we covered last night, and you'll understand why. Let me see. They are. Let me see.
Boy, it does look kind of like his walk to me.
Yeah.
Maybe it's wishful thinking on my part, but
well, it's okay to have wishful thinking right now. And if you get Gab is down from maintenance, okay. It was removed from Apple earlier, Emma says. Okay. Okay, Linwood said Apple's doing an update to turn off EBS. Yes, Keisha, we've been down that road tonight. Sauce on Pence arrest, please. Dee, do you have that? Is that what you dropped to me? Or are you talking about McConnell? Because I have not heard of Pence's arrest. Anybody talking about that?
Did you see the way he looked during that session? The special. I have a hard time with this special session.
In what way? Like specifically?
Specifically, he didn't look like the guy that took office with President Trump.
I didn't pay attention to it actually.
Yeah, it didn't even look like. It looked like central casting to me. But, everything's a DF to me.
Exactly. Yeah, who knows Morse code? Who's going to get on that? I'm not getting stuff on Messenger, guys. Devin Nunes just posted on Parler, text freedom to 98078. What's that all about?
Every time I get a message from him, it's about money.
Yeah, right. Yeah, interesting. Let me see. Rumble, Parler. So here's a picture that it says Parler is not available. Parler by Parler is not available on Google Play.
I'm sending you something else, Dave, to look at.
That was from Amanda. Thank you, Amanda.
Thanks, Ernie. Ernie Engel sent this. Ernie's actually been sending some good stuff.
Cool.
As everybody is, really. I mean, there's a lot out there.
Okay, this is from New York Times about much of Pakistan losing power in massive blackout. And now it's going to try to get money from me. No. Guys, if you have like a New York Times account, for example, and you want to send us an article, please print it as a PDF and see if you can send it as a PDF, because that way we don't click on New York Times a bunch of times and give them, credit, because every time a site like that gets clicked on. And Parler is not available in the App Store. That's for sure. Pompeo on NTD. Let's go to let's see what Nunes is saying on Parler first, and then we'll go to Pompeo. Devin Nunes, California. What is his Parler? Because I don't know how to find. How do you know it's definitely him?
Right.
You know? Is it Devin?
I believe so.
Yeah. I don't even see him on Parler. Okay. So let's go to Pompeo on Twitter. Okay. This was 4 hours ago.
Iran.
Let me see what he says. This is 30 seconds. This was 4 hours. The Trump administration led the world in reforming multilateral institutions and ditching bad deals, effective multilateralism.
Sleepwalking elements of the international order must wake up. Wishful thinking won't restrain authoritarians in Caracas or in Beijing or in Tehran. The meeting rooms of Washington and Brussels are a front line all their own. Our citizens are trusting us to defend them and to defend their liberties. They deserve multilateralism that works.
Okay. Question is, did he say anything of significance to what's going on? And what the comment I saw today that he's going to tweet in half-hour increments, then he's going to go to 20, 15, then 5. And then when he's down to 0, then that's when we're going. But I don't know if that makes sense. Like, I don't know if he's still doing here 6 hours, 7 hours. Right now, it looks like he's still every half hour. Okay, that he's tweeting.
Is he right on the money now still?
Is he what?
Is he still right on the money for that half hour?
It looks that way.
Because he's supposed to be cutting it to 15 minutes and then count now.
8 hours. Yeah, there's only 2 on each hour increment, except for 1. Yeah. So I think he's still down to it.
2 days in a row.
Okay, here we go.
And thanks. Good morning, everyone.
This was 8 hours ago.
Thank you for joining me today. 2 days in a row. And thanks to Secretary Esper, Attorney General Barr, and National Security Advisor O'Brien for being with me on this important occasion. As many of you know, I have an important affection for our servicemen and women. I'm a veteran myself. And here's a scenario that I think about a lot. Imagine an American soldier, sailor, airman, Marine, or an intelligence officer is on leave with his or her family, maybe on a beach in Europe. And over the course of 2 decades or more, this soldier honorably defended America in Anbar province and Kandahar, taking down terrorists. Then suddenly that vacation turns into a nightmare. The European country's national police takes that soldier into custody, detaining him or her on politically motivated charges. A prison sentence abroad is a distinct possibility. A spouse behind bars for defending freedom, a son or daughter robbed of their mom or dad, all on the initiative of some prosecutor in the Netherlands. Making sure this doesn't happen is the essence of American first foreign policy. Sadly, this isn't a hypothetical. This nightmare could become reality if the International Criminal Court follows through with its ideological crusade against American service members. Many of you might recall back in November of 2017, the court's Office of the Prosecutor announced its intention to investigate our brave warriors for alleged crimes arising from counterterrorism missions in Afghanistan. It wasn't a prosecution of justice, it was a persecution of Americans. The ICC cannot subject Americans to arrest, prosecution, and jail. The U.S. is not a party to the Rome Statute that created the ICC, and even if a prosecution were to proceed, it would make a mockery of due process. There's no requirement for unanimity for a conviction. The prosecution can rely on hearsay to obtain a conviction. There's no real guarantee of a speedy trial. And instead of facing a jury of one's peers, it's a panel of judges who aren't subject to any American accountability. We have responded anyway, the way a responsible nation must, by condemning the investigation, by suspending cooperation with the court, and denying visas to those most directly responsible for going after our personnel. We welcomed growing criticism and calls to reform the court from countries like the UK, Germany, and Japan. For a time, it looked like the IC might do the right thing and kill the investigation. But last spring, the pretrial chamber unanimously rejected the prosecutor's request to open the investigation. But unfortunately, then in the spring and March, the appeals chamber overturned that sound judgment and gave a green light to the current investigation.
All right, you guys asleep yet? Huh? After that? I want to, here's the Vatican again, still on blackout. Do you have any other video I can play, Todd, while I say goodnight to my daughter?
I have one short one. It's the Mike Yoder one that I just sent you about the video of the Supreme Court of Italy. It's a good one. The gentleman speaks very heavy Italian accent, but it also has a subtitle there. Not a subtitle, but a text of what it says. Transcript.
Okay. 2 minutes. Okay. Awesome. Hold on. Let me get back to that. Yeah, we're there. Okay. And
you may want to give the direct quote, or you could give it afterwards. It's just that paragraph, the 2 paragraphs above it. Because, I mean, it's in English, but it's very thick Italian accent.
Okay. All right. And here we go.
Professor Alfio D'Urso, lawyer of Via Vittorio Emanuele, Catania, do hereby provide the following affidavit of facts as conveyed in several meetings with a high-level Army Security Services official. Arturo Delia, former head of the IT department of Leonardo Espia, has been charged by the public prosecutor of Naples for technology, data manipulation and implantation of viruses in the main computers of Leonardo Spa in December 2020. Under instruction and direction of U.S. persons working from the U.S. Embassy in Rome, undertook the operation to switch data from the U.S. election of 3rd November 2020 from significant margin of victory from Donald Trump to Joe Biden in a number of states where Joe Biden was losing the vote totals. Defendant states that he was working in Pescara facility of Leonardo Spa and utilized military-grade cyber warfare encryption capabilities to transmit switched votes via military satellite of Fushino Tower to Frankfurt, Germany. The defendant swears that the data in some cases may have been switched to represent more than total voters registered. The defendant states he is willing to testify to all individuals and entities involved in the switching of votes from Donald Trump to Joe Biden when he shall be in total protection from himself and his family. Defendant states he has secured in an undisclosed location the backup of the original data and data switched upon instruction to provide evidence at court in this matter. I hereby declare and swear the above stated facts have been stated in my presence.
Hey, bud. You want to break that down for us real quick, what you got from that?
Basically, he gave over the goods right there. You can basically read the transcript of the direct quote. It's under distraction and direction of U.S. persons working from U.S. Embassy in Rome, undertook the operation to switch data from the U.S. election from November 2020, from significant margin of victory from Donald Trump to Joe Biden, in a number of states where Joe Biden was losing the vote totals. Defendant states that he was working in facility of Leonardo SPA, SPA, and utilized military-grade cyber warfare encryption capabilities to transmit and switch votes via military satellite from Tower to Frankfurt, Germany. The defendant swears that the data in some cases may have been switched to represent more than total voter, and then it says inaudible. That means more. That's why we had states that had more votes than voters.
Right.
The defendant states that he is willing to testify to all individuals and entities involved in the switching of votes from Donald Trump to Joe Biden. What more do you need?
Well, Todd, I know that the Democrats are very concerned about foreign interference in elections. So I'm wondering if we're missing something here, because I can't imagine the Democrats would have let that through.
No, it's the long ties that Trump has had to Italy. See, he's always been an Italian puppet, not a Russian puppet.
That's right. He wears their shoes.
And he probably has maybe a Trump Tower or something in Italy, so there's your connection.
Oh, yeah. He's the one. Well, we're waiting for that projection. Isn't it funny that we haven't gotten that projection yet from the Democrats?
Right. They should have got ahead of this.
Yeah, they were totally behind this.
Considering that Pompeo and Barr and Durham and everybody else that's a bigwig has been to Italy several times.
Yep, exactly. And how awesome is it that Italy will be the one that finally gives the Democrats the boot?
Das Boot. Das Boot.
Maybe.
Well, you know what else?
Kick him in the ass.
You know what else? It's kind of funny that the Pope was thinking about quitting a couple of weeks ago. Wonder, I haven't heard anything about that. Maybe he didn't get a chance to quit. Maybe he was retired against his will.
Oh, definitely against his will. No question about that. No question about that.
And where are the other two popes?
Yep.
I think if you want to get banned forever, you say the other two popes, and then you got to go.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think those are things you're supposed to say on our comms.
Right. The black. Well, so remember I started talking about Joe McFarlane earlier?
Yep.
He gave me this quote. He was, remind you guys, because some of you weren't here earlier, but basically we're looking at, we're about 2,300 people over 3 platforms right now. So welcome everybody.
That's it. I'm off.
I know, right?
I don't do small crowds.
So he gave me this prayer. It's a serenity prayer by Reinhold Niebuhr, and it says, "God, grant me the serenity to accept the things I cannot change, the courage to change the things I can, and the wisdom to know the difference." And I never liked that because it made me feel like I was being dictated to from somebody else what I can and cannot change. And I believe that a lot of people look at changing our planet the way that we are changing it and thinking that that's too big of a deal, that we can't change that. And many people won't talk about certain things because they can't, there's nothing they can do about it. And when I switched in, and this is why I want everybody to really engage in this process, because when I went from knowing all that I did do, and having this burden of information a la the Matrix, knowing about the Matrix, I felt like I was doing something about it by researching, but I honestly, I knew it was being bottled up and I needed to release it. And so when I began to release it to you all, to, into my phone, when I released it, and it didn't just go into a phone or die, it went out to the universe, echoed through the universe. That's when I shifted into realizing that, okay, I am doing something about it. I am, I have the courage to change the things I can, but also the courage to change the things that most feel we can't. And as an athlete, I've never allowed can't into my vocabulary. As a human, I've never allowed can't into my vocabulary from a standpoint of something that I know that I can take responsibility for and get control of and change. And so, this is real change, and that's why I just wanted to share that story, because I think there's so much here that people would look at and think it's really overwhelming, but when you get right down to it, it's not. If you start with yourself and you start with educating yourself and really strengthening your own muscles, then you can help the world, because you're raising your vibration, you're raising your frequency, and then you reverberate that to the universe through sharing something like this, or sharing little memes, talking to people about stuff and engaging them. And with everything, not only do you sometimes fall on deaf ears with people that don't want to hear it, but also it's not just about that. It's about the fact that you are taking action in the direction of change. And when you do that, every time you do that, you also mark a point in time on this historical timeline when you have stood in your truth and spoke your piece. And as we know, because you're learning from us, you're learning from others, that we are indoctrinated, that you know that it's not your truth, it's the truth. Because we're seeing the false flags, we're seeing how they're staging things. And so this is all coming together. And it's just, have the courage to change not only the things that you can change, but also the things that you think you may not be able to. And it's just, I just expand your universe. Think outside the box of what we can and cannot change. Because what we're experiencing right now, it was impossible to imagine back for me. Like, I never imagined what we're going through right now. When I thought about the revolution, I thought it would be two things. One, I thought it would be a physical revolution or a financial one. And I thought if we could just pull the financial reins away from these people, that they will automatically collapse. And we just take the legs out from their table and it collapses upon them. So anyway, I just wanted to share that. Any thoughts on that, Todd, or anything else you want to share? Pompeo, by the way, stopped tweeting at tonight. I think every half-hour thing isn't through the night. I think it's just during the day. In Spain, Chillum says on Twitter, did I lose you guys again? Okay, you there? Hello? Okay, this is weird. You there?
Yep.
All right. What's going on?
Well, par for course.
Yeah. In Spain, Chillum says on Twitter, airports, trains, railways, and over 600 roads are closed. Eddie says there's a blizzard there in her response. So, yeah, there's certain questions you have to ask when you read something like that. Like what's going on? Matt Couch says this is a 100% a coup, America. That's absolutely true. Yeah.
Well, who would you rather have, the military or Nancy Pelosi?
Yeah, military. No question about it.
Yep. And the 30 million vets that are just waiting to take this country back, who have been screwed over by their administration and thrown into meat grinder wars that didn't matter.
Yep.
You know, tell me those guys don't want to pick up the arms right now.
Yep. They're ready. They're ready. And speaking of, President Trump inciting violence, which he didn't, I was there. You guys heard the speech. He did not incite violence at all. But let's listen to the Democrats here for a minute.
I don't even know why there aren't uprisings all over the country, and maybe there will be.
People need to start taking to the streets. This is a dictator.
You know, there needs to be unrest in the streets for as long as there's unrest in our lives.
Enemies of the state.
Show me where it says that protests are supposed to be polite and peaceful.
Do something about your dad's immigration practices, you feckless.
When they go low, we kick.
How do you resist the temptation to run up and wring her neck?
The biggest terror threat in this country is white men, most of them radicalized right up to the right.
Why? Yes. He came down the escalator and called Mexicans rapists and murderers. He said, well, what do you think I should have done? I said, I think you should have punched him in the face and then gotten out of the race. You would have been a hero.
I'd like to punch him in the face. I said if we were in high school, I'd take him behind the gym and beat the hell out of him.
Punch some people in the face!
When was the last time an actor assassinated a president?
They're still going to have to go out and put a bullet in Donald Trump, and that's a fact.
I don't even know why there aren't uprisings all over the country, and maybe there will be.
People need to start taking to.
Yeah, but they're allowed to incite violence, folks, but you're not. So just so you're clear on that, okay? Because these are the do as I say, not as I do Democrats, and they are a joke. They are a walking joke.
And not one of those people can beat their way out of a wet paper bag.
Yeah.
Talk so tough, and they don't do shit.
Well, Todd, that leads me to this tweet, and that's from Thomas Sowell. The political left's attempts to silence ideas they cannot or will not debate are a confession of intellectual bankruptcy. How about that?
Boom.
Dropping some wisdom there.
Steele and Dilly's line, mic drop.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, Dave.
Yes.
You want to see something really cool?
Yes.
Because I had time to do this late last night.
Mm-hmm.
Since Vincent Kennedy changed his background, because he knew he was going to get taken down, and he put a com out in it.
Right.
I started checking around for some more.
Cool.
Go to Juan07.
On what? Twitter?
Twitter. His background's still up.
Okay.
I took some pictures of it real close. I blew it up for you. And you see the background where it says Panic in D.C.?
No, hold on.
Oh, you're having trouble with those backgrounds, aren't you?
Okay, is this joined December 20? No, that's not him. Oh, that's Javi07. Hold on. 107.
It's Juan Q7. It's
right. Okay.
But
there it is. Okay. Yeah, Panic in D.C. Let me see. Let me pull it up here. Let's see if I can figure out anything. Oh, wait a minute. Okay. C before D.
Pretty good, pretty good.
Okay. If you consider the D, that the D class is partially covered, but it's very close to being fully released.
Almost exposed, right?
Almost completely exposed. So that would be the D class, right?
Yep.
And let me see. Dan, because the P is covered, so Pan actually spells Dan. So maybe look at Dan Scavino.
Yep.
N, sin, C-I-N, bunch of sinners. C is fully exposed. C is fully exposed. I mean,
yes.
The
so we already have that. Yes.
Yeah.
But look at the N. I noticed that the small N, DC. Look at that N. I've got it in Messenger for you.
Okay.
It's blown up for you already, so it'll show better. See if you see what I see.
Let me see if I can go back to that and wait a minute, where was I with that? Let's see. Where was that? Where did I have that pulled up on Twitter? Yeah. Okay, here it is. All right. Okay, so I have this blown up pretty big. Really big. Right?
Yep.
So
I took a screenshot of it, then blew it up, then took a screenshot of it and blew it up to get to where I got.
Okay. Because I'm not seeing it in the main one. So if I go to yours and go to the N, it looks like it could be a Q.
It's a Q.
Yeah,
it's plain as day.
Yeah, that's interesting. But we're not seeing it in the big one.
Yeah, when you pinch and squeeze, you can see it.
Well, that's interesting.
You can. You start to see it. Yeah, you can see it. And then what I did was I got it as big as I could, and then I shot it, and then I pinched and squeezed it again and shot it, and but you can see it on the first level.
Yeah, I can see that. So definitely a confirmation. What do you What do you think he's trying to tell us?
Well, I think just with all the messaging he puts out, and I'm not going to jump to the conclusion everybody else does, but I'm almost there.
That is JFK Jr. and he is Q, or part of it.
Well, yeah, Q is a collective. He's one of the top 10, so that would put him in one. Be non-military, correct? Unless he's right. Really joined the military, which we've seen pictures of him in Q's.
Yeah,
with the military.
Somebody said that he is that JFK Jr. is a general now.
That would not shock me.
Me neither. Like, if he's alive, what's he doing? He's already got his law degree. Just in the sense of, and if you're wanting to be a part of this and be a part of the tribunals, he could be a part of this. And
well, he did say he would, go to the ends of the earth and tear down the whole freaking government to find. If it took that to bring his dad murderers to justice. And what are we seeing, Dave?
That's exactly what's going on. Jay Riley thinks Q is Junior's son. That very well could be.
Well, the Q is the whole thing. It's a collective.
D wants to know if we can decode Tav.
Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You could play it, and then we can do the lyrics. It's amazing.
Speaking of Tav, Nate Estes sent to me a little Twitter info. I sent it to you, Dave, in your personal.
VK?
Yeah.
VK?
His personal account. Did you know that?
No. The VK Crypto Koba is his first account?
It's his personal account. 5 hours ago, he put a dot there. Before that, he hadn't had anything since 2019.
Wow.
Welcome back.
Welcome back, Pop. Thanks, Nate.
Thanks, Nate. That's awesome.
Basically, his last post.
Yeah.
The lion also for Juan 07 is pretty cool. There's stuff in there too, but it's just pretty cool. I mean, it's just I look for stuff.
Now, some people were talking about the guy with the horns being JFK Jr.'s son.
No.
But we know he's a Kennedy, right? That's has that been confirmed?
Not that I know of.
Well, it's speculation, but would it shock you?
By the way, no, not at all. By the way, Kara Xena Cobra, this is very interesting. Because let me see if I can pull this back up. That was on Twitter. The panic in D.C. You've got Pennsylvania, North Carolina, and D.C. possibly, if you're putting those together.
Arizona.
AZ, AN, if you turn the N on its side, AZ. Absolutely. Interesting. Yeah. But good find, because I don't know why you blew that up, dude, because I don't see it at all in the main one.
Well, see those backgrounds?
Yeah.
When they look kind of grainy to begin with, like it looks like almost like it was hand done.
Yeah.
It's a little blurry. I kind of blow it up, and there's other places that look like they have letters in it, but I haven't got farther. When I saw the Q, I was like, that's cool.
Yeah, and also somebody just said, I missed it, look at DC is lighter.
Yeah, it's white.
It's white, and panic is, basically the color of the Washington Monument. And then NDC is, oh yeah, don't say the letter. NDC is, yeah. Yeah. One does not use social media. So is that possibly, yeah, it could be panic in D class too, Karen. Good call. Um,
I'm sending you something from Stacy.
cool.
I hadn't seen this.
Yeah, Jeff, the Viking is special ops. We've heard that that he's basically infiltrated, right? He's infiltrated the Antifa, right? Who's ready for the light? Much love. Yeah. See the arrow off the second C? Yeah, it's a different font too. Second C. And I don't see an arrow though that I can tell. Hold on. Yeah, I'm not getting that cue even when I blow it up.
Oh my God.
Just off yours.
Yeah, it's plain as day on my phone.
Huh. Somebody said one is Robert Kennedy. You know, I don't really get caught up in... so this is 10Q7, but it's at Richard Gibb 9.
Yeah.
So is this really 107 then?
Who knows?
Yeah. Can't really know.
I mean, 107, there's no way to, put a trademark on it, like, the check mark, because he's a made-up figure. I mean, does anybody think that's his real name?
No. Not at all.
Tell you what, if you watch that movie, it's pretty cool.
Yeah, I will. Let's see. Oh, this is interesting. Kathy came up with something here. Let me hold on.
Remember that beige color that Melania wore?
Yeah.
That's the beige.
Yeah. This is very interesting. So Kathy says, Dan, I see Q in DC. I like that, Kathy.
Yeah.
That's really great. Yeah. Ernie Engel says the guy with the horns is the son of a Democrat judge. Epic Times says special ops guy was arrested. Deanna, I have been saying what panic stands for. Patriots are now in control is what we take it to be. What do you take it to be? Yeah, one does a bunch of other people's shows. Bruce Wagner says Dave Snett is John F. Kennedy. Dude, you ruined the surprise. Come on, man.
Damn it.
You ruined the surprise. I took growth pills all these years. And
well, they added a couple of feet of jeans to you.
What's that?
They added a couple feet of jeans.
Exactly. Viking guy was on Alex Jones, then arrested 3 hours later. Randy says, Panic in the Disco. Yes. Jeannie Q says, I've been banned from Twitter, Facebook, can't even post on Parler. Sorry about that. You can post here. Go ahead.
That was Randy?
Jeannie Q.
No,
Randy Thomas was Panic in the Disco.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm outed. Let's see. Yeah, John Barron's a comedian. He's hilarious. Yeah, Juan doesn't say who he is, right? He doesn't say anything about him.
No. You see boots and hands.
Just like in that.
Yeah.
You know.
Tracy, don't tell anybody that I'm outed, okay? Let's see. Yeah, I will check that out. Yeah. Yeah, Biden is not in control. Biden's not even in control of his own bowels. There's no way he's in control of anything.
Or his consonants.
Yeah, exactly. He just rolls through. It just rolls through. No, Viking guy is not married to Pelosi's daughter, I don't think. No, I haven't seen that. Yeah, one has chubby hands and short legs. That's why I didn't think it was JFK Jr. ever. Michael Voss is married to Pelosi's daughter, and he was pictured with the guy with horns. So that's probably the connection you're getting.
Oh, Dave, now that you said that,
yeah,
we have to go to we have to decode Tav.
Okay.
Because there's a part of it that says John with a different face.
Oh, really? Remember my Akashic record reader? I think I told you guys this briefly, but I asked if John F. Kennedy Jr. was was alive, and she said, "Well, this is weird," and then she said, "Well, he is, but he's in a different form. Like he's a different person."
Yep.
And yeah. So yeah, we got that going for us. So all right, let's get to Tav. Let's see what we come up with here. Vatican is still dark. Anybody decoding that needs to get us the information to Todd or Cindy and I, or all, please. Viking guy is a huge Q guy, but he might also be a spy. Michael Voss is a reporter for Belgian television, Ingrid says. Yeah. Yes, he is a Marine. We're on live on YouTube at Dave Sned, not at the Indoctrination, but Dave Sned. Let's see. Sarworld says Tav is Tupac.
That wouldn't have been my guess.
Yeah, right. Let me see. All right, YouTube. Let's listen to some calming music, shall we?
Might have to go through this one twice.
Yeah, okay. I'm okay with that. Is it J Cure, yeah?
The most
right?
Cure, yeah.
Cure. Oh, Cure. It's in reverse kill brackets, by the way, which is interesting. Right?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
What a year.
No, I'm delayed.
2020, huh? 21's off to a good start. Secure. Oh, so swiftly. 2020 for the sickly. You could say it went warp speed. Military with the vaccine. Distribution on the double-double. With that vision, now they seeing double. 220s with the triple nickel. Walk and chew gum, cue pop like bubble. Bam. The cure is showing. Crack a little smile. The mask, you gotta throw 'em. Back in every child, we vax the dark omen. 21 wild like blackjacks and horses. 1-6 so important. At least the sky got a fortress. Gain my eyes by seeing people on the rise. Keeping vibes high, get releasing those endorphins. So many cures coming quick. That's right, but the bite'll make them sick. All the people looking pissed. Dark to light, you know that God wins. So many cures, let me check the date. That Aston Martin red like every state. Red October, let that marinate. Then he swerved past Sean, James Bond, in a better way. The king of country and he keep it straight. He's got the boots just to coordinate. Holds the line like a vertebrate. Then we walk the line right to Johnny with a different face. Yeah. How's that? Beats got a stomp, but it's followed by a clap. Chomping at the bit to bring the boy back. Last boom got the magic like a rabbit in a hat. Back it up. When the future proven past got the magic wand, you can see it through the glass. Oh, you gotta laugh at the boots in a cast. One does the healing, cue the art to cure it fast. So many cures coming quick. That's right, but the bite'll make them sick. All the people looking pissed. Dark to light, you know that God wins. Okay, sure, there's a cure. People marching up a hill in DC, and to make them insecure. Madness like in March, military so secure. At the final four, more years to endure. Let the lion loose. Waving yellow flags, got him waving truce. Drive it to the hoop. P is not for park. Lighten up the D, reversing all the dark. 11-3, make a mark. Seat a holy seat, Game of Thrones to a Stark. Winter's coming, light a spark. A song of ice and fire, George R&R. So many cures coming quick. That's right, but the bite'll make them sick. All the people looking pissed. Dark to light, you know that God wins.
That was cool. That was cool. What do you think? Do you want to go through its segments, play it, and then stop it, and we'll...
Yeah, I think that's the way to go about it.
Okay. Why don't I just pick a time? What do you say? I just go... Let me go...
Maybe stop at the... How far do you want to go with it? Do you want to do like a verse? Like a...
Yeah, let me stop after the first verse. Okay?
Okay.
All right.
I'm trying to get back to my memory on how I decoded this 2 nights ago at 4 a.m.
Okay. All right, hold on here. So this is TAV, guys, on YouTube, TAV. We do not own a copyright on this music. We are using it under fair use law of the United States of America for educational purposes only. Here we go. You got DJ Dave in the house, spinning some fine tunes. Here we go. Oh, I cannot stand this guy. There we go.
What a year. 2020, huh? And 21's off to a good start.
Hold on.
Secure.
So I thought, well, let me hit the closed captions. The closed captioning is in Korean. So let me try that again.
Well, you got to brush up on it.
Yeah, exactly. Hold on. So subtitles. Well, why is it subtitles off? But the only option it gives me is Korean. Hey, will you guys check this tab on YouTube and see if it gives you other,
See on
closed caption?
Mine, if you tap on it, you get down to where it says lyrics below.
Yeah.
And
I'm just wondering if the closed caption, the only ability to do Korean, is that there's something to that.
Oh, so swiftly.
You know what I'm saying?
Like he was hanging out in Korea making this stuff. That would be a good place to hide, right?
Yeah.
Especially North Korea.
Yeah. Here, let me see if this works. Here's English. Let's just try that. Okay, here we go. So I'm going to do the words, the closed caption on it. Okay, here we go.
Now I'm delayed, so you got to let me catch up.
I will.
What a year. 2020, huh? And 21's off to a good start. Secure. Oh, so swiftly. 2020 for the sickly. You could say it went warp speed. Military with the vaccine. Distribution on the double-double. With that vision, now they seeing double. 220s with the triple nickel. Walk and chew. What a year. 2020, huh? And 21's off to a good start. Secure. Oh, so swiftly. 2020 for the sickly. You could say it went warp speed. Military with the vaccine. Distribution on the double-double. With that vision, now they seeing double. 220s with the triple nickel. Walk and chew gum, cute pop like bubble. The cure is showing, crack a little smile, that mask you gotta throw 'em. Back in every child, we vax the dark omen. 21 wild like blackjacks and horses. 1-6 so important. At least the sky got a fortress. Game of I Spy, seeing people on the rise. Keeping vibes high, get releasing those endorphins.
Oh, so swiftly, 2020 for the sickly. You could say it went warp speed, military with a vaccine, distribution on the double-double. With that vision now they see in double. 220s with a triple nickel, walk and chew gum. Oh, cute pop like bubble. The cure is showing. Yeah, so I heard the triple nickel right away. So they've got kind of the numbers here. And
yeah, he's got the direct links to the right.
Do they actually link or just the numbers?
No, that's just the numbers for the.
Yeah. Okay. So now, one thing I wanted to. Where did the 43 come from?
That was just a reference. You should find out what is in that, and that'll lead you to what he was referencing.
Okay.
When I first saw Swiftly, I was thinking banking system.
Oh yeah.
The Swift banking system.
Yep.
And every time he mentions them, like sick or they, it's in kill brackets.
Yep. Okay. These crumbs are not meant to scare anyone, but merely inform. Hold on. I got to get you guys there with me. Okay. Resistance will be dealt with swiftly. The core focus is removing entrenched and fortified bad actors within our federal government, past and present, as well as others. Simply be diligent. Phone numbers will be provided if you witness an uprising or other domestic violence, in addition to 9/11. Any military scene is for your protection as well as to demonstrate our resolve. Watch for confirmations tomorrow. So we did this one yesterday, Todd.
Yes.
And we went to 44, then 43, 42, which we were led to by the deltas, I believe.
And you always have to do the reverse.
Yeah, so we'll go to 34.
And guess what that is?
Yeah. My fellow Americans, over the course of the next several days, you will undoubtedly realize that we are taking back our great country, the land of the free, from the evil tyrants that wish to do us harm and destroy the last remaining refuge of shining light. On POTUS's order, we have initiated certain fail-safes that shall safeguard the public from the primary fallout, which is slated to occur 11/3 upon the arrest announcement of Mr. Podesta, actionable 11/4, which could also be, by the way, 113 and 114. Confirmation to the public of what is occurring will then be revealed and will not be openly accepted. Public riots are being organized in serious numbers in an effort to prevent the arrest and capture of more senior public officials. On POTUS's order, a state of temporary military control will be actioned and special ops carried out, which we already saw on Wednesday, special ops being carried out.
Yep.
False leaks have been made to retain several within the confines of the United States to prevent extradition and special operator necessity. Rest assured, the safety and well-being of every man, woman, and child of this country is being exhausted in full. However, the atmosphere within the country will undoubtedly be divided, as so many have fallen for the corrupt and evil narrative that has long been broadcast. We will be initiating the emergency broadcast system during this time in an effort to provide a direct message, avoiding the fake news. Don't have much of a choice right now, do we, folks? To all citizens. Organizations and or people that wish to do us harm during this time will be met with swift fury. Certain laws have been pre-lifted to provide our great military the necessary authority to handle and conduct these operations at home and abroad. And that's perfect. And he uses swiftly there. 17 does, and 17 also uses swiftly here. Okay, and 43. So that's why the mirror is so important on that. So good call.
You don't get there without mirroring. You have to know what you're doing when you're following these, because when he starts you on a post, he doesn't want you to just stop there.
Right. Did you see any other connection?
The 888s in the blue. Any triple number.
Yeah, 888 here. Yeah. 888. He already did. Think back. North Korea picks. Everything has meaning. This will break the MSM. 17. Thank you, Asia.
What's our last thing to do? In my opinion, right now, everybody else has been exposed, and we're working on them MSM.
Yeah.
Because they, as much as they've been exposed to us, they haven't been exposed to people that are not awake.
Right.
They're getting the feeling, you know what I mean? But there's going to be a jolt here. And I think that jolt is flying over from Italy right now.
Yeah. Yeah.
But how do you get information out? See?
Hold on, Todd. I'm having problems with my audio. Todd, can you say something? Todd? Hold on. Hey Todd, can you hear me? Okay, I'm having some audio problems here. Todd? Getting no system audio. This is very odd. Hello, hello. Very odd. Folks, are you hearing me? Let me check in. So I'm getting no audio from Todd, and I'm not hearing through my headset right now. Let me see what you guys are saying here. Let's see. Hold on. Oh my God, Dave and Todd. Whoever said that, I missed this. Police cars at this link in the Vatican. I lost that link to the Vatican. Yeah, triple nickel is 555. You hear me? Okay. Focus more, Jeannie. Focus more on ascending to the fifth dimension. That's why we want to keep our frequency high, folks, so that we can go to the fifth dimension. Absolutely, imagine that. Imagine what that's like. Imagine how beautiful that's going to be. All right, so we've lost Todd. Let me see if I can get him back. And I've lost my audio. Okay. Let me try that. Hold on.
Hola, ¿cómo está? Hello, hello. I cannot hear you at all. Call back later, doing the dishes. I can't hear you.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Oh, I can hear you now, yeah.
All right, had to change headphones. Man, oh man.
Did you hear me the whole time?
Something about dishes?
Oh, yeah, I said, come back later, doing the dishes.
Ah, okay. Fantastic. What's that?
Go back to sleep.
Hey, okay, so where were we? We were at the Tav song. We were at
888.
888 on the Q drops. Okay. And let me make sure everyone's with me. Okay. So they're asking a question and they say he already did. Think back. Wow. North Korea picks everything has meaning. This will break the MSM. And he says, thank you, Asia, on his tweet. Thank you, Kim. Deal made. Clowns out. Strings cut. We took control. Iran next. That's huge.
That is huge. Wasn't there something that said Obama was actually had visited North Korea and a couple other places in Asia it was a secret meeting in North Korea, though, obviously. When the clowns had it, there was something about hooking Obama to actually being there.
Really?
Yeah, like a secret meeting. Nobody, obviously, you know, everybody was all up in arms about Trump being the first president and ever almost for North Korea.
Right.
But the big thing in this that I catch is this will break the mainstream media. That's our mission right now.
Yes. The question is, I want to go to 887 because there was obviously a question there.
Oh, yeah.
And 887 was, why did the stop in Hawaii after? That still makes me wonder. DEFCON, no such agency we knew. How did we know? Who did we meet? Need to know. Kept to 5 people plus special SEC detail. Future proofs past. We might have to go to 886 here. And no, he already did. We got to go to 885. No deals. We work for you. We listen to you. You pushed the IBOR, and immediately POTUS began to comment, take action regarding social media. Play the game with us. Best game ever, boss. TV time. Everything has meaning. This is not a game. Learn to play the game. So I'm still not getting the question on his answer of he already did.
Yeah, but the big thing is, remember that drop we went to that said we have to stay together, and all you've done is forgotten how to play?
Yes. Yep. Yeah.
No deals. We work for you. We listen to you. You push it work.
What was the IBOR?
I was going to go back looking for that question.
Oh, the international bank transfers.
Yep.
That goes back to Swiftly.
There's IBOR and LIBOR, correct?
Yep. Let's see.
Wow. That's a great question on 883. What happens if war breaks out? China produces 10 times of what we didn't steal.
What is necessary? China produces 10 times as much steel as U.S. What if war breaks out? Matter of national security, geopolitics, to prevent war, peace through strength. Plus deliberate performance issues to impact military infrastructure. We're sold out. You have so much more than you know. And do you believe in coincidences? This is a, let me see here. YT Cropper. What the hell was that? What is that? YT Cropper. Cropped. What is that? YT Cropper. Trump signs proclamation on steel and aluminum tariffs. Okay. Yeah. So he got... he was punishing China basically for this, for steel, for beating us out of the steel market, and so they're paying for it heavily.
Yeah, Dave, I looked up that the slogan forgot how to play.
Yeah.
That's two really, really relevant drops. This is really relevant.
Okay. So the bank's IBOR rates are they're interbank loans, but they're key benchmark interest rates in the economics, basically. And LIBOR and IBOR are both the standard for lending percentages from bank to bank. So you were saying...
the two posts that are relevant are 828 and 563. They both contain forgot how to play.
"563, why are we here? Why are we providing crumbs? Think memo. Building the army. Not convinced this is spreading? You, the people, have the power. You, the people, just forgot how to play. Together you are strong. Apart you are weak. They want you divided. Race wars, class wars, religious wars, political wars. They want you divided. Learn. Forgotten country, learn. Stay strong, stay together, fight, fight, fight. This is more important than you can imagine." Exactly what I was talking about just earlier tonight. We're still at about 2,000 beautiful Snedheads. Welcome, everybody. I'm David Snedeker. Todd Gedominski on the phone with Cindy Johnson from Springfield. And we are going over the TAV song on YouTube, TAV. 828, stay together, be strong, get organized, be heard, fight the censorship. You, the people, have all the power. You simply forgot how to play. Together you are invincible. They want you divided. They want you silenced. Make noise. We are with you. Make it rain. Make it rain.
That is so relevant to right now.
Yes.
Fight the censorship. Stay together. They want you silenced.
Yeah.
And we got to do the opposite.
Yeah, because just like I was saying, it's like people are trying to tear us apart. They're trying to take us out.
And then, Dave, if you look at 563, the only relevant number, the most relevant number I see is 44 isolated in the blue numbers up there. And it goes back to, our old... Before POTUS departs on Friday, he will be sending an important message via Twitter. God bless.
44, yeah. 44 is on both of them.
Yeah, I saw it over on the other side, too.
Yeah. Awesome. I did the Gematria for You Simply Forgot How to Play, and Alien Demon Deception Disclosure Soon. The most beautiful girl in the world, utmost holiest human being on earth. 444 Gematria, which just took us to 244s, which is 444. Bank for International Settlements. We were just talking about IBOR.
Yep.
Yeah, interesting. Yeah, good catch on that. I went to two others because of the... there were two triple mirrored numbers, 747 and 959, in the previous 888.
Yep.
And 747 says, "Flowers and gardens learn their hidden symbolism." Slave gardens. What does a flower represent? What does deflower represent? This takes us to, slave gardens, where slaves could have their own gardens, but oftentimes they didn't have time to work on them. So they would get food from their own gardens, but they didn't have time to do it. 959, Mark Zuckerberg, RT. Who's RT? Big meeting, cell phones left at door. plus 8. 5 political, 1 former Intel director, mask and spin, identify friendly insiders, MSM support and talking points, shift narrative, fail, we hear you, we have the algorithm, thank you at Snowden, learn chess, down she goes, nobody escapes this, nobody.
Yep.
Nobody escapes this.
Yeah, I remember this because this is where people have had a chance at every level to come clean and pick a side.
Yeah.
And they've
had every chance.
If they haven't done it, then there's a record of it. And we already knew who the bad actors were, and that's why they continue to go that direction.
Yeah.
They had a choice. I mean, there might be some lower level people, but these people that are accepting big money,
yeah,
they knew they would be gone either way, you know.
Yeah. Rhonda's been getting kicked out all night of YouTube. We're having a tough time, guys. This is unbelievable. George News is live. Barb, they're speaking to us.
That's important.
Yeah. That might be back a ways. Christina just said check Messenger. Deadliest virus in America is the media, that's for sure. Jeannie says, search the deadliest virus in America is the media. The Pope's doctor is dead, Keith Bond says. Vincent says, wow, you finally read it, Dave. Which part? Which part? I've been off the chat here for a minute. Twitter suspends George News. We will never use Twitter again. North Korea's Kim calls U.S. our biggest enemy and challenge to Biden. Okay. Now, is George have something live, guys? George News on YouTube. Thank you. Thanks, TD. Here we go. 1 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. They're live. Okay. Nice. Okay. Thanks, Vincent. Sorry. So George News is basically saying they're not on Twitter at all, and we will never attempt to use that platform ever again. We are not fundraising on GoFundMe or via any blogspot pages. We do not even have pop-up banner ads on George News. Not just politics as usual, real news platform 2021. We got 61,000 subscribers.
Dave, do you remember as a kid when TV was signing off at night?
Sure. And we got the bars here.
They played always patriotic music, and I remember them playing that song, and then the TV.
right here in my backpack.
You know what, dude? Yeah, so are they signing off?
That's what I'm saying. It could be a signing off. We're signing off,
For all you youngins, at the end of the television day, it would be, jets flying. It would be the Star-Spangled Banner, flags waving, and we'd hear that at the end of every day. And then it would go to this bar, these color bars, and then to just white noise, right?
Yeah, to the, I used to call it the ant fights, black and white ant fights, where it was just static.
Black and white ant fights?
Yeah.
Cool. Let me see.
But when I heard that, when I saw that symbol, it clicked in my head where I'd seen that before. I'd seen that as a kid when it would sign off at 1 o'clock in the morning, and there would be no programming at all until 6:30. Maybe the farm report was on at 6.
Yeah.
This is back when they had 3 stations.
Exactly. So, Linwood posted a random T-shirt that said, "Search the deadliest virus in America is the media." That was easy to say. Deadliest virus in America is the media. It looks like, what is it? Just like a sticker or something? And it's also looks like no, what is it?
Oh yeah, I'm getting corrected. It was midnight, Dave. Remember when midnight was late?
Yeah, exactly. Okay. So I did that, Jeannie. Let me see. Okay, the Gematria. All right, thank you. That's what I'm looking for. And should we do the Gematria on search, the deadliest virus in America, or just probably just the deadliest virus in America? Let me see.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of other people living out the same childhood things where I was actually the human antenna and the first remote control ever made.
Yeah, exactly.
Hey Todd, you need to change the aerial. Remember that one? My parents called it an aerial.
Yeah.
Not an antenna.
Especially if you had to go up on the roof.
Oh God, I did that.
So, the White Knight's guidance QAnon is the deadliest virus in America is the media. The White Knight's guidance QAnon, the rise of Skywalker, Donald J. Trump Jr., androgynous of the Trinity, C666 disinformation campaign, Emmanuel means God with us, Mecca clock asking for crazy people's bombs, Jesus is yes us, the eternal Jew, Brittany Murphy husband dead. Let's go down to English. Chosen by God, I am President and Prophet, November 3rd, 2020. Chosen by God, I am President and Prophet is pretty significant. I am the eye in the sky looking at you. Interesting. Everybody wave.
That's relevant. It's coming up in the song.
Eye in the sky?
Yeah. The flying fortress and all that stuff they were talking about.
Wow.
Giving you a 40,000-foot view and then other planes popping up. Yeah, it's all relevant.
Wow. Let's see. So Chase says, hey, Dave, Nunes call to action, text freedom 98078, 9 plus 8 equals 17, drop the 0, timestamp, and then 1778 is relevant. Oh, I can go lower with the music. We're going to go to tab, back to tab anyway. So we'll keep George open. You guys keep an eye on that.
And Dave, I heard there was movement at the Vatican. People have put in the chat. I hadn't caught you on it. Because
Vatican being raided, Maria says. Vatican lights back on. Okay,
should we get some action photography there?
Yeah, let's see if we can do this here. Show browser. Mm-hmm. Need to get some silver in me. Vatican, here we go. Vatican's lights are on. There we go. That's live, folks. Very interesting. Travel Addict says they're saying China is dark. Can you confirm that, please? Jeannie, I missed the point in Gematria. Tell me what it is, please, so we can... I'll go there. To a king, not president. Military release yesterday. D-class. Charlie Ward and David Steele said relax next couple of days. I agree. Oh, the top of what we were seeing was the top of the Christmas tree that is now on full. Must be a different power source, but here's the interesting thing. The Christmas tree wasn't lit up. We didn't see that in the darkness.
That's strange.
It was just the top of it, and it was flashing on and on. Good call, Matthew. Does anybody know Morse code that figured that out? Beth for Faith said police were there about 30 minutes ago. Bless you, Dixie. Thank you.
Lynn Wood posted blackout across Pakistan after national grid breakdown.
Yeah.
Government is calm. That's 210 million people.
210 million people are blacked out. Yep.
It's cascading breakdowns, it says.
Yep. Wow. So does anybody have any video? Let me find out when the lights came on. Okay. Okay, the lights came on partially. Let's go to playback speed. Let's go fast. Okay, we're at 175 playback speed right now. We're still listening to George. We don't have any Italian music, or else I'd play that for you. Wish I had a pizza.
Speaking of Italian.
Exactly. All right. So there's a car there. Oh, okay. There's a car in the background there with a blue light on. There's a looks like a police car with blue light on. If they were coming to arrest somebody, they would have brought more than one car, that's for sure. Yeah, not seeing much here. Just the fact that it was down, and if it was down, I'm sure it was done in the dark of night, folks. So, not seeing much there. Doesn't it feel like, don't you feel like, something's happening, though?
Yeah.
I mean...
yeah. Something is happening.
Sandu.
I'm tired.
What's that?
Something is happening. I'm getting tired.
Yeah, I know, right? Sandu says, I have leftover pizza in my fridge. Come on over. Would love to. That sounds good. I had mac and cheese and a beer. Dixie, that sounds amazing.
I've got one piece left for you, Dave, but I think I'm going to eat it.
Yeah. There you go. Go ahead. Knock yourself out. As long as you're fine.
I'll save you the crust.
Yeah, bigly. I like the crust.
Me
but
too.
I'm not doing wheat these days. Yeah, the Vatican is beautiful, isn't it? Isn't it tragic what goes on in there?
It is gorgeous.
What? Rush passed away.
No.
Oh, man.
I heard he was taken off Twitter, but I didn't hear he passed away.
Wow. Arlene, do you have a link for that? There were several police cars there before. Newsmaker, was it when it was dark or when it was when the lights came on? Chris ate a whole pizza. I eat a whole pizza, man. I blow through it. Jeannie says, Dave, the stories I have about the Vatican you have to hear. Really? You dialed into that? Send me an email, davesnet@gmail.com, would you? And we'll connect and maybe do something on that. That's an important one. Vincent says, no, he didn't. Guys, what are you doing coming on with stuff like that? Come on, confirm your shit before you bring it on here. Don't waste our time. Seriously. It's like we got enough shit going on. We got enough stuff we're pulling down. Let's not be. This is a hive mind. You lose credibility when you pull up stuff like that.
Hey, Dave.
Yeah.
Barbara, she sent something to me about. Did you notice this on the George News? If you go down below the bars.
Okay.
It comes down at the bottom. It says New Team 45 podcast. That could be the platform.
Oh, okay. By the way, when they talked about doing something for Trump,
yep.
Well, let me take you guys there to where we went for that link. It was what my thinking was that they wouldn't say this unless they already have it set up.
Yeah, they said that they could reach 100 million people with it.
Yeah, remember when they talked about that?
Yeah,
Right.
they said they could hit. Yeah, that was with the tall gentleman that I can't remember.
Hey, John.
That had the emotional problems and got arrested or something in his house. Remember the former director of communications?
Yes.
His name escapes me. Hell, I knew it backwards and forwards 4 months ago.
MAGA Minute, Biden's China cartel. Bobulinski is a Navy veteran and Democrat with no political axe to grind. As a patriot, he felt compelled to tell the truth to America about the Biden cartel and Joe Biden selling out the USA to China. Text Trump to 88022. 88022. Time for Joe Biden to level with the American people. Let's check this out.
Joe Biden continues to hide, but he will have to face the music. In a music city, actually, tomorrow night at the Nashville debate. His family sold
So this is older stuff.
all over the world for massive amounts of cash, including to our enemies.
October 21st, 2020. So this is old stuff.
Joe was fully aware of
Yeah.
I don't even
and all-
know why they have this link.
I'm seeing stuff from 2018. My way. Brad Parscale. Thank you, Teddy.
Yeah, so that's let's go back to Tav. And by the way, yeah, we're hearing power outages. Pakistan, Vatican, we saw. So keep an eye out for that stuff, Sneds. Wild Roar says, I miss my Trump texts and emails. Yeah. Michelle says, I just watched a video and the guy wouldn't open up the link because he ran off something and said there are pictures going around the internet with Joe Biden's son and little kids. Do not post them.
Oh, God.
Yeah, we've heard that. Kathy, I make fresh dough and pizza at least once a week. Tonight was the night. Oh, you're killing me right now. You're killing me.
Cindy did the same thing. We had veggie pizza tonight. Homemade.
Is that right?
Yep. It was good. And we put the hot sauce on it, too. Oh, God.
Oh, the hot sauce from Jana, from the olive oil
yes.
maker.
La Pita Bella.
It's good stuff, isn't it?
Fantastic.
Yeah. Guys, you got to try Jana's hot sauce. It's unbelievable. Go on the website and scroll down to the olive oil company and reach out to her. She's doing great stuff.
If you like hot sauce, that is the best. It's the best.
It's the best I've ever had.
Yeah, I put it on my eggs in the morning. Cindy makes really good egg sandwiches, and I put some on it. Oh, my God. I'm getting hungry now.
Yeah. TS45.live doesn't come up, guys. I was looking at that. Lilac said that she made veggie pizza too.
Oh gosh, so good.
Yeah.
See, I'm trying to reduce the meat intake.
Good.
For some reason, I've kind of morphed into this thing that doesn't want to eat anything that used to be alive, like me and you.
Yeah, it's kind of cool.
Kind of that's a definite change for a guy that used to be a deer hunter and all that, and I won't do it anymore. It's like that some kind of connection to nature.
When did that change?
This summer. I even started feeling a little bit guilty about eating meat at all. Just kind of a weird thing. I mean, I love it too. It's just, but now I'm thinking, that was because I love animals, and why would I want to eat something that I love? I don't know. It just It's kind of all tied together. Hey, did you see the Mike Lindell? Did you play that yet? Mike Lindell talking about President Trump and Flynn and all this other stuff. It's a short video. I don't know. I know we didn't play it, right?
No.
It's great.
Okay. Let me
I'll send it to you in Messenger.
All right, perfect. Did you all talk about the letter from George News Magazine? We did. We read it. It sounds legit.
Berlin is now reporting blackout. Video stream is lagging like crazy now, though.
Interesting. Berlin blackout.
Yeah.
Jan, I'll check my email.
That was from Barbara Ann.
Awesome, Barbara Ann. Thank you. I gotta check my reach out to my buddy in Cologne, see if he hold on.
Did you see where email service suspends Trump's account? Did you talk about that?
Did I do what?
Trump's email service suspended his account.
Oh, you got to be kidding me.
No. Yeah, email. I'm sending it to you. That's from the girls. That's from our team. Barbara Ann and Christy and I mean, wow.
What's going on there?
We got to go tonight, man. It's go time. Let's do this, Q. What do you need? Come on. It'll probably be tomorrow night, though, like I predicted on Sunday night.
Well, that's cool. Craig Allen Campbell, I did that interview on David Icke's channel.
Uh-huh.
He just texted me. He said, I got you leading off our 6th episode, Medical Mayhem.
Whoa, that's awesome.
Yeah, I thought... and Craig, if you're watching, how you doing, bud? He tries to catch as much of the show as he can.
That's cool.
Yeah, I got to pull that up. It's on Ike's, and I can pull it up for the show, I'm sure. And I got to give away a few passes on that too. I got to do all that. So, all right, let me. So we're gonna go to the Lindell first. Yeah, you got that for me.
Yeah, I think Lindell, and then talk about the email being shut off.
Yeah.
Because email.
Well, I wonder if it's how MailChimp shuts down your stuff. Like for example, the girl. I'm gonna turn off George here. We'll keep an eye on that. I'll just turn it way down. So yeah, email service suspends Trump's account. Let's go to that, and then we'll go to Lindell. POTUS cut off from supporters as even email company suspends his service. So, like MailChimp, like people have been deplatformed off MailChimp.
What the hell do you have to do to get knocked off of that? Just have a bad political policy?
Yeah, basically it's just all about the information, right? Like the woman from Forbidden.tv, ForbiddenKnowledge.tv, Alexandra Bruce, she was deplatformed off MailChimp. Let's see. Mara Lucas says roads are closed in Rome. Wow. Chase, yeah, let me go back to that too. The that 1778 timestamp that you did. Let's see. Wow. Okay. And basically, it comes up. Let me find this here. Wow. Okay. Folks, this is pretty cool. And the world is about to change is 1778, which was the numbers from the text freedom that Devin Nunes put out, text freedom, and the numbers added up to 1778. And we went there. The world is about to change. Thank you, Chase. Good stuff, bud. Yeah, Ernie says, let's all go back to home phones. I'm with you.
Yeah.
Magic Star says tomorrow night will be 1:11. Right? If it's midnight, 1:11. So that could be cool. And let's see. Let's see if we can find Craig's. Oh, so let me find that email. I want to see who did that. That would have been okay. What was I looking at there? Do the transition. This is Jamatra. What am I missing here? I got too much stuff open. I gotta close it up.
Dave, it's going to be hard for normies to catch up. They got to go through all this education that we went through in the last.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
They're going to be like, now, you're telling me Hillary Clinton's not good? Why?
Right.
And then you're going to be like, oh, my God. And
Yeah.
then you're going to say, you mean Barack Obama's wife was a man?
Yeah. It's going to be, that meme of the little girl holding back the other little girl's head puking into the toilet. Basically.
Oh my God. Can you imagine?
Yeah, we're going to be holding hair, guys.
You know,
we're going to be holding hair.
We're going to be holding hair on each other too. Don't get me wrong. I think we're going to have our own awakening too, but just imagine starting from scratch.
Right. Right.
Like believing starting from ground zero is not going to be fun.
We must do, let me see.
You mean Crazy Uncle Dave was right?
Exactly. Yeah, I've got a, holy cow, I've got, yes. Hold on a second. I'm coaching in the morning.
Oh my God, I know. I've got stuff to do too, and I'm like, I'm
early.
I'm a zombie. I didn't sleep at all last night. I got up a couple hours today.
Mm-hmm.
It's just the kid at Christmas excitement, I don't want to. I don't want to miss it. When I go out here, I want to be awake so I can go woohoo.
Yeah.
Is that weird?
Not at all.
Dave coaches basketball, by the way. If anybody's asking, there was somebody, I saw a couple people fly by.
Yeah, I coach basketball. I coach children basketball.
He was too big for gymnastics. His feet hit the floor when he did all
let's see. I'm scheduling my basketball for the morning. I get 2 sessions, maybe 3. So I'll be up early, which means I got to get to bed here shortly.
Are you outside?
Yeah.
Well, that's good.
Yeah. All my stuff is practically outside. I mean, I did camps for 8 years. I can't even tell you how many weeks. Never got rained out. It's like nice being in California.
Yeah, I was going to say we're not outside much. When I was in high school, we used to chip the snow and ice off of the driveway and play.
Yeah.
But my kids were like, well, let's go to the gym. And I'm like, oh my God, I didn't have that option. If we got into Christ the King or Griffin, it was great. But
let me see.
You got a Hawkeyes fan there too, Dave. Were you on the team with Stokes and Payne?
Yeah. That was 83 to 85. Ellis, you coach basketball too? Cool. And who's the Hawkeye?
It's Uni Sophie. Or I don't know if I'm saying that right. It's UNNIE. Sophie.
Okay. Yeah, I used to play little hoops back in the day. I didn't stay at Iowa. I loved Iowa, but I didn't stay because my coach left and went to Arizona, Lute Olson, and George Raveling came in, and it wasn't a good fit.
The field house was great.
You mean the bar or the actual place where we played?
The bar.
Exactly.
I love that place.
There were 2 field houses, right? They were very different from each other. One was a bar where you go get, hammered, and the other was where we actually
worked it off.
Yeah, exactly. But we even practiced at our arena, Carver Hawkeye Arena. So Jan was saying about the Vatican. Hi, Dave. I was watching. There were several vehicles that left, big vehicles, all before daylight. Interesting. Okay. So you saw the lights. So if we went back to that, then it would probably be.
Why put the lights out and then finish up in the light? They wanted the whole mission in the dark.
Right. They had to have the mission in the dark.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They didn't want to show the Pope getting drug out by his feet.
Yeah, exactly.
Bouncing his head down the stairs. Could you pick that little beanie up he dropped?
Yeah, I'd love to see that. So if it was just before daylight and the lights had come on. All right. So let me see. Did I reach everybody?
I was talking to a person today, Dave, and I had him all the way up until the point I said the Pope was dirty.
You had somebody up to the point of that?
Yeah, I told him everything about, Biden and all the corruption, and the election was stolen, and how he's going to get the country back, and what's happening around the world. And then I said, no, by the way, she's a Catholic, and I was a Catholic. I mean,
Same.
Yeah, obviously. And I said, yeah, and wow, when I tell you about the Pope, she was like, huh? And I said, oh yeah, very, very bad person, satanic, but I'll stop there. And she goes, oh, no, I can't go this far. And I was like, okay, I'll just bring you along, slowly. But it was funny because she really pushed back on that religion thing. It was like the deer in the headlights.
Yep. Religion's a tough one, dude. That's a tough one to get over. Okay, so here's some vehicles with lights down here. Let me get you guys on the same page I am. But again, why would they do it? Why would they black out the joint and then do it in daylight? Doesn't make much sense. I bet something went down. And by the way, Clinton is saying, Dave, a sizable portion of Hollywood is in blackout. I know because I'm here. I still have power, but up in the Hollywood Hills, it's all dark. I'm at the bottom of the hill. Bottom on the hill. Thanks, Clinton. Keep us posted on that, would you?
Wow.
Yeah.
Hey, what is that internet tracking thing that we used to listen to? Was it ping or ding or ting? Something like that?
What is it?
Remember it tracked the usage and internet blackout?
Yeah. Yeah, it's not I don't think it's a really good source. Just because... yeah, it's just, some are just out. It's just a normal. Somebody had said that was kind of a normal kind of thing. That it does show like inconsistencies, so to speak.
Well, you can track everything else,
Yeah, Chase also sent about that Pompeo situation. I want to see Mike. Let me test Molly. Hold on one sec. Okay, sorry guys. Just taking care of some business I was supposed to take care of during the president's speech. Yeah, is there an outage map that you guys think is good? Lisa Mayer says breaking Pelosi allegedly arrested at border. Guys, you can go ahead and put a link down if you want.
Yeah, I think that came from the fake Code Monkey.
Yeah.
Christy Blackburn says Don Jr. saying go to donjr.com. I did that this morning. You watch a little video. It literally takes 2 seconds.
Okay.
That's the way he's going to connect with his people because he thinks that's going to stay up no matter what. And then now we hear his father lost his email.
Yeah. Opt in to receive messages from Don Jr. affiliates in the future.
Yep.
Also, that's why put your phone number in when you guys do it. When you do it on our end. Okay. Just pulled that up. So let me go to Lindell.
Oh, it makes me want to buy pillows from him.
Yeah. By the way, this was from Vincent Kennedy. This was Thunder. This was on Vincent Kennedy's old one. But I can't play the music. So we'll get censored. So it's a 3-minute video of Trump. I'll let you guys watch this with music, and we can all watch it with music. It's at VK, at CryptoCoba, 73,000 followers. So that's VK back on Twitter. And let them know we sent you here. Love to be in touch with VK. Cool. Let's go to Lindell. And you sent that to me here.
Yeah, it's in Messenger.
Oh, hold on. Okay, hold on. Helen Overton, thank you for your donation very much. Very much appreciated. Awesome. Elaine, thank you for your donation. Elaine Steiger. Robert Brown, yesterday, thank you. Missed that. Very cool. Barbara, your help. Thank you for your donation. Rory, awesome. Thank you. And Sherry Timms, I don't know if I caught you when you did. Thank you very much. Todd, this is, let me see. Here it is. Where did this go? Why am I here?
It was right in Messenger.
Yeah.
From
oh, there we go. Okay.
From Todd.
Oh, I wanted to see what. Is that your name?
Last name's G.E. Tesla.
Yeah. POTUS cut off from supporters as even email company suspends Trump services. I'm looking for the email company. What is it? Campaign monitor statements. Okay. Their statement is
here's the shocker, Dave.
Yes.
Leslie Mayers, 65, says in the chat, Poland is in blackout now. All webcams are down.
Wow.
And that's strange because, and it's not, I haven't confirmed it, and I don't know if she has. I hope she has. But Poland seems like one of the most nationalistic, like they've already made the jump to me with their government seems to be for freedom for the people. I don't know where, I guess there's corruption everywhere, so I guess it could be anywhere, but that one I didn't see on the
Yep.
first.
Pakistan, Julie says Mindy Robinson tweeted, Pakistan just so happens to receive, I think it was $10 million for fake gender studies program by Democrats, just so happens to be CC'd sensitive voter information through the Nevada's corrupt Secretary of State, and just so happens to be in a blackout tonight. Yeah, good stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Good stuff. Pat Evans says, God's in control, have faith. Absolutely.
Oh, yeah. There's no doubt.
Yeah, Patriots are in control, too. Let's see. Outage reported in Beverly Hills, California, SCE website. Yeah, let's see.
I don't think there was just one big plug they could go to, Dave? Like,
right.
all world power plug where, Homer Simpson can go over and spill coffee and donuts.
Right.
And then the whole planet just goes black. This is going to be a stage thing, I think.
So the Donald Trump campaign was suspended by Campaign Monitor's account, and they're justifying it by saying that they used multiple email companies, and this was likely a very small portion of his emails, as if that's justification for silencing somebody.
Right.
There hasn't been any Trump emails for more than 48 hours, almost unheard of. He sent 33 in the first 6 days of January, 25,000 plus last year. At least one of the services the team used at Campaign Monitor has suspended Trump's access, the company confirmed. That's unbelievable. That's unbelievable. It's fabulous because of what's coming, right? This would be very different if Biden was taking office.
Well, isn't this another form of exposure, Dave?
Absolutely. All the people coming out of the woodwork to stop this man, they've got something to protect. No question about it. Let me see here. Okay. It looks like there's only 141 customers out of all Los Angeles County. Outage 0.01%, so it looks insignificant. Looks insignificant.
Unless for them.
What's that?
Unless you're one of them.
Yeah.
Then
exactly.
Imagine being like us, waiting for this blackout, and it just happens to be a tree limb fell on your power line.
Right.
We'd be like, yeah! And then the guy pulls up with the truck, and you're like, don't fix it, don't fix it.
Yeah, come back in 10 days.
They drive away like this confounded look and go, what the hell was that? You ever heard a customer tell you not to turn our power back on?
Yeah. Let me see. Kurt says there's another new message on the Q board. Is it on the 8kun board? And supposedly at gab.com has at Q alerts. Wait a minute.
Oh, wow, yeah. That is new, yeah.
You mean on Q alerts?
Yeah, there's a new one. It says follow us on gab.com at Q alerts. Gab is experiencing a massive 750% growth due to censorship by and to other platforms.
Yep.
Bear with them as they work to add more servers. If you get timeouts, try again in a few.
Okay, cool. Been dark for 32 days. Here is Gab and allow, and I'll do at Q alerts.
My message says, now comes the pain.
Nice. Nice.
I don't know that I've seen that one. Have you?
No, definitely not. I've not seen that. Now comes the pain, by the way. Wait a minute. What is this? When was this? George Trump holds live campaign rally in Bucks County, Pennsylvania. It doesn't. Why isn't the date on this? That's really weird. Okay. Why am I having such a problem? Let's get to Lindell's deal.
Yeah, I think he'd like that.
And for some reason, I'm having trouble bringing you up.
He's pretty awake.
Here we go. Here we go. All right. Riding on his private plane from selling pillows, folks.
We're heading off for this week, this historical week. I'm actually going to be meeting with General Flynn, Sidney Powell, everybody on my team. A lot of stuff going on that I can't say. All I want to do is give everybody confidence that Donald Trump's going to be your president for the next 4 years. All this, they're very much afraid all the evidence that I know is there is going to come out this week. And everybody praying for protection for everybody that's standing up to these guys for our country. This is the only time we have in history to beat these guys, to suppress the evil and beat the evil. This is it's a blessing that we're in. We're on election night that that Donald Trump got so many votes that actually broke the algorithms of the machines. This is all going to be revealed. If that hadn't happened, if all of you hadn't voted of our country, if we hadn't all voted because of this great president, those algorithms would not have broke, and we wouldn't be sitting here talking right now. We would all went to bed. They would have been over in the morning, and but because he got 6 million more votes than what they expected, which is close to 80 million, and this will all come out. Biden only got 68 million, if that. I mean, you're going to see all these things. I'm heading out now from Minnesota, and I'm going to keep you all updated. We're actually going to do a filming. I'm going to get something filmed when we're presenting all the evidence so that you all can see this. I want America to see what I've seen, all the evidence, because this isn't something where we can ever get complacent on. This is a fight for everything we've grown up with, everything we live for, everything this country stands for. The whole world is watching, and 100% Donald Trump is going to be your president the next 4 years. We cannot, I don't want anyone out there to lose the faith. Everybody keep praying, and if you're looking what to pray for God's will here and for protection from all the people involved. And I'll say it once again, if you check it out, the guy that I helped out get the finance, the evidence for the paper ballots, his house just got shot today in Georgia. So anybody that thinks this stuff isn't real, think again. It's as real as it gets. There's nothing in history. In history, there's never been a takeover like this. This is what they've attempted here with these crimes against humanity. So anyway, let's God bless you all, and I'm going to give you updates as we go in the next 4 days. Bye. Hello, everyone.
So, Todd, like Teresa said, when was this made? Because it seems January 8th. Okay. Yesterday. All
yeah.
Right.
What? Yeah, he was talking about the shooting in Georgia. That was last week.
That's right. That's right.
He's talking about knowing the evidence. Actually, there were some pictures that he was involved in some of the meetings. You know, he's financed some of this Kind of, I think he's financed some of this action, kind of like the guy,
like Patrick Byrne.
Like Byrne, I think he was involved. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
So.
Deborah Sisler says Sunday Mass Vatican 9 a.m., 10:30, 11:30, and 12:10. See what happens if there's anything going on there. Good call. Let's see. Cern Dubious, love the Snenergy. Thanks, Dave. You're welcome. Tracy has the pillow. Some of you guys like this pillow, huh? It was on the 8th, yeah. Outages in Catalina Island as well. Now, somebody said that they thought that it wasn't going to be a power outage because we need, power, we need heat. It's not supposed to be. It's not going to be a power outage for 10 days. But it's not to say that they don't use strategic power outages to take out certain factions, right? Like Vatican was down, Rome wasn't down, right? But the Vatican was, so they could go in and take care of business there. Pakistan might be a big clean out, so they just shut it down, especially, for the length of time. It's not going to kill anybody. But it definitely won't be power out for 10 days, I don't believe. Let's see.
No, I don't believe so either.
Yeah.
It's not been really the description of what it was going to be.
Yeah. Yeah. Let me see. So we got to go back to TAV. We kind of left people hanging on that. We didn't even dig in. We got through.
That's
Dude, we did one number.
That's what I'm saying. We're 4 hour. It's a 4 hour. I mean, if you go that far with it, it's a 4 hour. Otherwise, you got to get the cliff notes.
Dude, this is crazy.
That's how long it took me to do it the other night.
Yeah. All right. I think we're gonna have to do TAV tomorrow. And maybe we'll just do a special show tomorrow. And we got to check in anyway, guys. This is crazy. What's going on?
I'll see if I can reduce it and like maybe have a little something going on.
That'd be cool.
Because that's why I've been kind of avoiding it. I mentioned it, and then I was like,
right.
Well, the whole show,
Well, here's the thing. Hold on. Okay, so Truth Seeker said, what if that text number meant post 98 and post 78? Okay. That's a great question. So I looked up 98 and 78. 78 is November 5th, 2017. Repost lost. Disinformation is real. Distractions are necessary. SA is the primary, Saudi Arabia. US is secondary, Asia, EU. Saudi Arabia has already been taken care of. US is secondary. That's what's happening now. Then Asia and EU. Repost lost. What was POTUS's last tweet prior to? Who was it addressed? Okay. When was POTUS's Twitter taken down? Why is this relevant? What was POTUS's last tweet prior to? Who was it addressed to specifically? Let me take you to that because I posted them. Let me see here. Let me see. This is on my Facebook timeline that I'm going on. Andreas Stom, 17. Thanks for all your hard work. God bless from Cyprus. Fabulous. Which side of Cyprus are you on? Greek or Turkish? Let's see. Yeah, that was a false account on Code Monkey, guys, saying Pelosi was arrested. That was not his account.
He's only on Gab.
He's only on Gab, yeah. There's a major fire in Beverly Hills. Oh boy, that does look huge. Hold on.
Is that tonight?
I think so. Yes. It's just now. Just an hour ago. Hold on. Hold on. Austin J. Mills just posted, I wish I watched and studied more basketball as a kid. Former point guard at Baylor University, NBA social host, sneakerhead. But I'm not seeing this latest, which was the major fire in Beverly Hills. Here it is.
Hey, watch out, bro.
Dude, something is big time on fire.
Holy hell. Oh my god, this whole house is on fire.
Wow.
Stay. Watch out, bro.
Dude, something is big time on fire.
Holy hell. Stay.
This road, it looks like it might be Cannon. Is that Cannon Road? No. What road is that on? In Beverly Hills. I'm trying to think where that is. Looks like they're turning onto
dude,
side road.
Something is.
Yeah, so that's Beverly Hills tonight. That's pray for those folks. Make sure they're all right. Yeah, shit's going down. What is all this, right? Thank you, Clinton, for that. Good stuff. Yeah. No reason to black out Catalina unless somebody's hiding out there. Yeah, so, Truth Seeker, I'll get back to that. You're right. These are very relevant, these drops, right? So what I was going to take you to is who was the POTUS addressed to. So let me take you down my timeline here. And see where that was from yesterday. By the way, this was the event. It was supposed to be a staged event, folks. This was, look at the photos, or the cameras right here, major, like those are professional cameras. Look at all of them standing, spread out, right? This was a photo op. This wasn't like just, somebody caught them on an iPhone walking through this. This was a photo opportunity. This was staged. That's from Nicola And I know a lot of you dropped that for me, so thank you, Nicola. And I've been posting, we are completely blocked on Facebook. Get your ass over to Twitch or D Live, the Indoctrination, or let the draconian Orwellian censorship win. Folks, if you want to stay, complacent and you don't take active strides away from censorship to get your own information, they win. And we can't let that happen. This is the laptop stuff. Here it is. Okay. So President Trump's last two tweets, okay? This was his first one at 9:46 a.m. The 75 million great American patriots who voted for me, America First and Make America Great Again, will have a giant voice long into the future. They will not be disrespected or treated unfairly in any way, shape, or form. Right? Now, off the top, if you're answering what was POTUS's last tweet prior to, meaning before he got kicked off, okay? Well, let me take you to that one too, because that's a short one. What the hell happened? Where'd it go? Here it is. Okay, let me close this. All right, here we go. And then we did the drop to boom, boom, boom on the 946, right? But then his last one was at 1044. To all those who have asked, I will not be going to the inauguration on January 20th. Okay? Now, on his last tweet, who was it addressed? To who was it addressed? Okay? Basically, to all those who have asked. So who asked him? Who asked him if he's going to the inauguration? Is he talking about his supporters, or is he going deeper there? Right? Is he talking to did somebody specifically that we know that's very popular, very was it Obama? Did Obama say, is he going to the inauguration, and does that point us to what 17 is trying to take? Kerry Kabowski, Dave, look, there are now electronic signs placed outside the Vatican displaying a changing message. Can anyone figure out what they are saying? Okay.
Wow.
Yeah, let's go back to the. Let me see. Let's see. This is St. Peter's Square. Well, just what we were just looking at. Okay, there's an electronic sign on over here on the other side of the. By the way, this is a obelisk like the Washington Monument. This is a Masonic order obelisk. There's an electronic sign there, and here. Now, were those just put up, or were those already there? I don't know. Did you guys see them being put up? They were already up, it looks like. They were already up.
I'm sending you something that could be urgent.
Okay.
I don't know. This is from Beverly Blakeney, and I just got this. This is from I haven't checked the source, but it's you'll have to check it out in Messenger. There's a reason why it would be blacked out if this was.
Mark says, still on? You are a legend, Dave. Thanks. Todd's here too. Cindy, is she snoozing yet?
Of course she's asleep.
All right, good. I don't know what we do without her.
I don't know about this.
Yeah, check it out. I'll go to, let me go to, stick with this, let's get through these really significant. So who was it addressed? To who was it addressed? When was POTUS's Twitter taken down? It was yesterday. Why is this relevant? What was POTUS's last tweet prior to? Who was it addressed to specifically? When was POTUS's Twitter taken down? Has this ever happened before? Why now? Coincidence? How many times did the attack occur? Secondary cleanup? What is the purpose of tracking? What is the purpose of disruption? Why did POTUS have military guards uniform while in Hawaii? Why is this relevant? Do military guards uniform typically assist the U.S. Secret Service? Why is this relevant? What flying object was recently shot down? Why is this relevant? How precise is geo-tracking non-public sea-level pro? That's, like if we're tracking somebody on a, that's they can track us in real time. Basically, they know exactly where you are when you are. Why is this relevant? Alice in Wonderland. Well, because they would be able to know where the president is in real time if they have that technology. So was it a Chinese satellite that was doing that, and that's what they shot down, and that's what, went through the sky, falling in China? Okay. Repost lost. Q equals Alice. You'll soon understand the meaning behind Alice and Wonderland. Everything has meaning. God bless.
Alice is, everything I'm seeing is Hillary Clinton.
Yeah, excuse me.
And Wonderland and Bloody Wonderland are Saudi Arabia. That's my understanding.
Yes. Yeah.
There's no way other than that I see it.
Yeah. So the ampersand also know, this is one of the things that I went down the path when we dealt with this post once before, and that is the significance of Alice and Wonderland. The and is actually not an and, it's the ampersand, and it represents a conjunction and it originated as a ligature of the letters ET, Latin for and. So my thought was, is when you're saying Alice and he has the and in quotes, that we're supposed to look closely at that, and that's the ampersand. Is it ET? Is it extraterrestrial? Is there some kind of connection? Is the Alice the supercomputer in Saudi Arabia? Now the supercomputers are not in Saudi Arabia. Like, there's not one that we know of, but could there be an Alice knockoff in Saudi Arabia? We don't know, but we know that there's got to be supercomputers we don't know about. But is the ampersand?
Wasn't it Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs were the supercomputers? Isn't that right?
Yes, but I don't believe there was one
in Saudi Arabia. None that we know of.
Right. Yeah.
There's a real quick thing I could get you that is kind of important, right from Gab.com.
Okay.
And I didn't foresee this, but this could be a big problem.
Okay.
Send it to you.
Tanya Leah says China is blocked out too. Can you get specific? Like, where's China?
This is from Teresa Caruana. I can't see your last Paparo. I'm sorry, I butchered it.
Paparo?
Yeah, Paparo. It's about everybody quitting big tech companies.
Oh, really? Okay.
There's a mass exodus.
Everything has meaning. God bless. All right, let me get to this. I got to get out of that.
It always goes back to Q always said there are more good people than bad.
Yeah.
And so you're not going to want to work for something that's going to do this. It's so un-American. It doesn't matter. If you have any feelings about the way America should be run, you should know that this is not right what they're doing.
No.
They're starting to do their protests by actually leaving the company.
Yeah. So this is great. It's called Panic in Silicon Valley. We are getting resumes. We're getting resumes from senior level employees at big tech companies. This is from Gab.com. Hearing that many people are putting in their 2 weeks too. Internal civil war among staff and executives. Panic in Silicon Valley. The house of cards falls. The exodus has begun. That's huge. Yeah. That could be really huge.
Yeah, and I kind of like the way they worded that. Panic in Silicon Valley. the house of cards falls, the exodus has begun. It's almost like they might be a 17 kind of following group. Maybe that's why everybody, all the patriots that we know of, went to Gab.
Yeah.
You know, that's where VK went. That's where Code Monkey went. Maybe they're trying to show us the way.
I just showed you another link. Somebody forwarded Vatican blackout. Pope Benedict has died. What's that from?
That's the unconfirmed Beverly Blakeney. She said her Catholic friend Judy Powell was searching for info on the Vatican on one of the Catholic sites, and that popped up on the Catholic site. And she said, I'm not familiar with the site. And that's kind of that you'd want to almost like double confirm. That should probably hit one of the wires. But, you know, even though they're cabal, I mean, still, that's not news that you could really hold back, I don't believe. I guess they could. They hold anything back.
Okay. What's on Reuters now, Carrie? Let's see. Is VK, did he go to WeGo?
Did he go to WeGo? Yeah, he did go to WeGo.
Okay.
Yep.
Sarah Brumley. Yeah, I'll check that out. Sarah just sent me something similar to what you just said. So basically, what's the source of the?
I don't. It's irreverence, and I can't get the rest of it. It's a screenshot. Irreverence and IMPI. I don't know. Oh, it has question mark instead of statement. Yeah, I don't like that. Vatican blackout, exclamation point, Pope Benedict has died, question mark.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Looks shaky. Dave Anon tweeted about the Pope. Let's see. But maybe, I mean, Benedict, he should be taken care of. So if anybody is going to be, let's see. I don't know Dave Anon. And I'm not seeing him pop up. Could you send me the link to Dave Anon? Let's see. Deanna, Unreal, no one can help me. Deanna, what do you need help with? Can someone tell me what the Gab icon looks like? It looks like this. GAB is a little green and white. So I think it's a big green G. Linwood and Sydney went to Clout Hub and X22. Look for more. Okay, I'll have to check that out.
Looks like we get to hear from our old buddy Joe M.
Yeah?
I haven't seen much. I've seen a couple little things recently from Joe M, but he used to be a great follow. This is from a group chat I'm in, Breaking the Matrix group. Denise.
Oh, yeah, I got that. And so that it's in that right now?
Yeah, it's the last one. It's a really good quote from Joe M.
Sarah, I'm trying to find your messenger. It's not working. Let's see. Here's Joe M. Parler's about to blow. Here's a summary. The world is under the control of several transgenerational crime syndicates and elite death cults who merged in recent years under the common goal to impose a one world come on now. Despotic government and population reduction to the tune of 90%. After completely compromising every form of global power, you've got to be kidding me. Using pedophilic blackmail as their favored method. Elements in U.S. military loyal to the Republic devised a sophisticated plan of incomprehensible precision to root them out and expose their crimes to the world such that humanity would never allow it to happen again. Trump's first term was for installing the legal framework for a sting operation to ensnare them in a web of treason, espionage, and election theft, while demonstrating to the people how close we had come to a communo-fascist hellscape of tyranny, echoing the Third Reich. You've just turned to the final chapter of a spectacular story that will resonate throughout the ages. God bless USA, Joe M. That's powerful.
I love it.
And accurate.
Great way with words.
Yeah.
Hey, and I'm seeing that California has 15 million customer power outage. I'll send you it.
Oh wow, really?
Yeah, the California power outages map. I'm sending it to you along with another. This came from let's see.
Huh.
This came from Teddy Phillips.
Oh, okay.
And so here's two things coming at you. She said, I may be really tired. She said, I may be really tired, and the 15 million may be the total customers. Please excuse.
The 12 million is the total customers that's tracked on this particular one, poweroutage.us.
And this is
somebody dropped.
This is California power outages map.
Excuse me. Holy cow.
I haven't go through it. I've been jumping around. Track 12 million. State outages 4,100. Yeah. Is that right? I'm tired too, Teddy.
Yeah, I hear you. By the way, this is Ratzinger right here. Guys, I wouldn't let him watch our cat. Look at that dude, man. And he's the one that had the dirt on everybody. That's why he became Pope. Nobody expected him to be Pope. He was the one that had dirt on everybody. So, okay, you're sending that to me now. Let me get, hold on, let me go here. Okay. California outages 1,654. Yeah, customers 15%. Yeah, it's 0.02% is the only.
Yep.
So, yeah, she's tired.
She's tired.
I get it, Teddy.
Yep, I'm there with you because hell, I would have believed it if you said 150, like Joe Biden said.
Yeah, I tell you.
By gun violence.
Yep, I'm tired, but I'm even more tired after having to go down that fake trail right there. Teddy, everyone gets a mulligan, okay?
One, Teddy, that's it.
Just one per 18 holes, and you've delivered definitely on more than 18 holes, so you get a couple mulligans. All right, so
computer, Dave.
What's that?
I'm closing my computer. I'm going on strike.
Are you? Okay.
I'm nodding off. I feel like I got punched.
Yeah, we'll do TAV tomorrow, guys. We'll do something tomorrow. I don't know what it looks like, but shit, how long we been? How long we been on? We've been on almost 6 hours.
Yeah, we'll have
Jeez.
T-shirts for you tomorrow too.
We'll have what?
T-shirts.
Yeah. Thanks. Thanks. Oh, jeez. Oh, man.
Come on, we got to end on a good note.
I know. So we'll do TAV tomorrow, guys. Let's say a quick prayer. Dear Heavenly Father, thank you for bringing us all together this evening. Thank you for watching over us in these times of trial and tribulation. And we ask for your blessing upon this country, our president, his family, all the Q team, the Anons, the autists, the keyboard digital warriors, the snedheads, and all of those who are getting the message out of truth amidst a world of lies. And we ask you to protect us all. Please watch over the team, this team that puts this broadcast together. Please watch over all similar broadcasts that are out there doing what needs to be done right now. Please bless all those who are spreading the word and trying to red pill those who need it. And please help us to cross this finish line and watch over everybody during these final days, the final weeks of a very, very, very long strategized military operation. We pray for this. Thy will be done. In Jesus Christ's name, amen.
Amen, brother. Happy birthday, Dee. Happy birthday, anybody else we missed.
Oh, yeah, Dee's birthday. It's Sunday there already, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yes. Happy birthday, Dee. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Dee. Happy birthday to you. Good night, everybody. I love you. I'll check in tomorrow, probably around the same time, same bat channel, unless we get kicked off another. Yeah. All right. Love you all. Good night. Bye-bye.
See you, brother. Bye.
Love you. See you.
Love you.
All right.